Mic check. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday, the best Tuesday in all the land. Sorry I missed you yesterday. I hope you enjoyed your day off. If you had a day off, if you worked, fuck your boss. If you are your boss and you worked, fuck you. That's how we'll start things off. Ice is in Boston. Great. Dump them in the bay. Dump those bitches in the bay. There's a precedent there in Boston. No taxation without representation. Throw those bitches in the bay. Good job on anybody who guessed the hat correctly this morning. Well done. I see you guys talking about some sort of sports ball. I don't follow sports at all. And so it looks like you guys are naming teams that you like there in the chat. I don't know anything about sports. I don't root for any sports teams. I don't do any of that stuff, so I don't know what to tell you guys. This is the new hoodie. It came in. Let me move the microphone out of the way. That's our new healthcare hoodie. You can pick it up on our merch shop. The link is in the bio, and on the back there's a picture of Bernie Sanders in his mittens, which is beautiful. I know a couple of you guys have ordered them already. I think 20% off goes until today. I think we still have 20% off until today. So if you want to go get your hoodie, check it out in the merch shop. It's there. It says the guy with the Niners helmet in the background. Is that what that is? I didn't know what that was. I thought that was some sort of I didn't know that was sports. I'm a big fan of LARPing. I just thought it was a LARPing helmet, something to keep your head protected. I had no idea that had anything to do with sports there in the background. What's up, Jen?
Hey, did you see that we had like an invasion of birds in our Discord?
We did. Oh,
yeah,
no, tell me about it.
A bunch of sea cucks. All of a sudden, they popped up out of nowhere in our Discord.
Sea cucks. Now that is something that comes from the Northwest. Is that correct? Sea cucks. That's
I think so.
The state bird of Washington.
I think there's roughly. I noticed probably. We've got an invasion of birds. I know we know birds aren't real.
Yeah, that's true.
But for some reason, they invaded our Discord. So.
Yeah. Congratulations to the Seahawks for beating the 49ers' third string team who practices next to an electric facility that causes all of their tendons to snap every 3 weeks. So congratulations. I saw Niners backup tight end finally gets his shot. It just runs a short route and his Achilles just pops. It's crazy. I don't listen. Shut up to Seahawks fans. If you think for 1 second that beating the 49ers with no receivers, no tight ends, half a defensive line, half our starters on defense joined the team like 3 weeks ago. Congratulations. The big year for you. But the fact that the 49ers were in that position, I'm happy as a 49ers fan, to be honest. I expected that game to be an absolute drumming. I never expected it to be close. Seahawks have the Niners number when it comes to defense. So, and then the opening kickoff goes for a touchdown. I was like, fuck. And then my daughter at halftime changed the channel, so I didn't even watch the second half. And I think that was a good decision. I'm very happy with that. Who are you guys playing? You got the Bears? Is that who the Seahawks are playing? The Bears now? I didn't watch any football this weekend. Rams. Okay. Hell of a conference there. Bears lost? Oh, okay. I didn't watch that game. I thought everybody's talking about the Bears and Caleb. What is his last? Caleb Williams. So I thought they won. He must have played awesome. My friends were texting me about Caleb Williams. I haven't watched any of that. Can't wait for Green Day at the Super Bowl. Yeah, there you go. Green Day at the Super Bowl. I did watch the national championship game last night. Congratulations to Indiana. We got any Indiana fans here? That's crazy. Who saw that coming? Somewhere Norman Dell is celebrating. It was an unbelievable game. That was awesome. All right, well, let's get away from sports. Let's talk about the news, which has been just absolutely fucking devastating. If we're being honest, I had the show outline ready yesterday, and then I remembered it was MLK Day, which historically we take off, and so I gotta admit, I didn't feel bad one little bit taking yesterday off. I like having a day to not talk about the news. I was thrilled with that. Fuck this. What do the Sun Devils do, Dragon Wizard? How dare you? Why are you taking shots at the Sun Devils? Do we have Greenland yet? Last I checked, about 10 minutes ago, Greenland is still not ours. But Don the Con's out there trying to get that shit done. I feel like we have to cover this. I don't know what to do, but I feel like we have to cover this. We are in mass hysteriaville. Republicans have left reality. They no longer live there. They're not even close to anywhere that we would recognize as reality. Like, we've entered full cult mode, and nobody is being affected more than Candace Owens, who over the last week and over the weekend has been making some pretty outlandish claims about Charlie Kirk, and it just keeps getting more and more weird. Let me pop this over so you can see it. Here is Candace Owens.
He was a time traveler. He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me.
Charlie Kirk was a time traveler, is where we're at on this timeline now. Yeah, it's a real thing she's saying. She really is saying that Charlie Kirk was a time traveler.
Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages? And not anything that I would have placed so much emphasis on back when he was saying it, but it came to fruition. The other parts, he did die young. Why did he think that him dying young was necessary in order to change things? He did die young. It is related to Turning Point USA.
So she's been showing a bunch of text messages from Charlie, and some of it is like, I'm gonna die young. I dream about it all the time. Also, kind of a little sad. Like, Charlie Kirk seemed to really have a crush on Candace Owens, and he was trying really, really hard. They shared like some intimate thoughts. She was literally telling him how he dreams almost every night about how he's going to die young. But yeah, she's either clearly not doing well, or like she doesn't want to talk about politics, so she's going down this rabbit hole. If I was Candace Owens, if I was any Republican, I would, especially one that talked about the Epstein files, I would want to talk about anything other than the Epstein files and politics.
In some way or another, at the very least, we could all agree it's related to him speaking at a campus event for Turning Point USA. I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality, actually? And Charlie died. Yes, like I said, it was related to this organization. And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not in a way that I can articulate. You just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy.
Feels like if you could time travel, there's like a specific instance. If I were Charlie, I might have time traveled back to make so it didn't happen. Something very specific that happened to Charlie Kirk recently, I probably would have gone back and changed. And I think maybe this is what she's saying, like, he is a time traveler. This had to happen to change the world. This is really happening. This is like the biggest voice on the right.
Be coincidence. It's entirely plausible, I think, that they knew something about Charlie.
Oh, Dragon Wizard. Maybe Charlie, in parentheses, redacted Charlie. That might be the next thing. Fuck, is she going to start saying that? She might start saying that. Charlie had to take out himself to save the world. Maybe. First of all, I have some fuck yous in order. Sully said I'd quit too if the 49ers were my team. Fuck you to Sully. Illusion said suddenly zero sports knowledge. Nice one. Fuck you, Illusion. Johnny said go Patriots. Did you see my Discord message? I don't know, Johnny. Did I? Message me again, Johnny. I got a bunch of Discord messages this weekend and I haven't gone through them, but I don't see yours unless maybe you go by a different username. So send me another one, Johnny. I didn't see it in Discord.
He put it in general chat. You didn't see it.
What did he say? Oh, okay. Do you want to just tell me what he said?
I don't remember it off the top of my head, but
okay.
I'll send it to you.
All right.
And that's why they had him marked and had him monitored and had him likely followed since he was young. And maybe they thought, like the agents think, that if they swarmed him and they stayed with him and they pretended to be his friend, that ultimately they could control Charlie and perhaps change an outcome. They could literally change an outcome related to Charlie. So when for the first time in his life, because I do believe he was managed, I mean, I've already said I was handled. I didn't recognize that I had agents. And for the first time in his life, Charlie peeks his head up and starts to push.
This part actually has been like, it's been fucking with me a bit the last week or two. The way that conservative content creators are handled and the way that they are, I don't know if groomed is the right word, but groomed might be the right word. But the way that they are manipulated into being willing to take new positions they've never taken before that seemingly are at complete odds with previous positions under this administration. There certainly is a reality that if you are on the right, you are being handled, especially now that MAGA exists. It runs everything. And if you aren't willing to play the game, they throw you out. Like we played some of that Sean Ryan episode with Ro Khanna last week, and now Sean Ryan is on the outs with MAGA, and now MAGA's going after Sean Ryan just for simply bringing on a member of Congress to accurately point out that, hey, we passed a bill, the president signed the bill, and they're actively covering up the Epstein files, and most Republicans are just sitting around going, oh, we're not going to talk about that. We're only liberals watch her since CK was killed. I don't think that that's true. Does anybody watch her? I don't watch her. I don't think that that's true. I think you're lying about that. I think that that's called cope.
Back in a meaningful way. They couldn't stop him from becoming big.
That's true. Interview with Hunter Biden probably helped with that too.
That seemed to be inevitable. But they panicked. They seem to have panicked, right? I mean, this is just starting to happen within a year when Charlie's going like, hey, man, I don't actually think this. I don't actually believe this. And then he goes, you know what? Take the money. Take the money out of the organization. And they panicked. They freaked out.
Oh, is that true, Keith? Keith, let's talk about the people who have criticized Donald Trump then. See how that's going. Let's talk about Thomas Massie. How are things going for Thomas Massie? He has his own opinion. Trump's actively campaigning against him now. How did that go for Marjorie Taylor Greene? How'd that go for Sean Ryan? How'd that go for Mitt Romney? How'd that go for Justin Amash? How did that go for Adam Kinzinger? How did that go for Liz Cheney? How did that go for Joe Walsh? Honestly, you can have whatever opinion you want in MAGA unless that opinion is that Donald Trump isn't telling the truth, in which case you're fucked, you're toast, it's over for you. Bill Cassidy, thank you. It's absolutely pathetic for you to say that this doesn't happen in MAGA, it happens on the left. Like, what? Who could you not criticize on the left? Who could I possibly criticize that would get me canceled by the left? I think I don't know if there's anybody I haven't criticized. Bernie, maybe. Like even then, you could probably find ways to criticize Bernie. Nobody gets canceled for criticizing people on the left. You get canceled on the right if you criticize Donald Trump, and you guys know it. It's absolutely it's pathetic. It's insane. It's anti-history. It's anti-reality to say that this is not operating exactly like a cult. Are you still talking, Jeffrey? There's a lot of Democrats on that list I bet you don't talk about. We've talked about every Democrat that has shown up on that list. And yeah, we still talk about Donald Trump covering up the Epstein files. Notice how you guys now see what you're doing now? Are we still talking about this? Are we still talking about the president covering this up? It's against the law. Why are we talking about the president committing crimes? Why are we still talking about this? Because he committed crimes. That's why. Did he commit crimes or not? Yeah, we don't cancel people like yeah, Chuck Schumer needs to get the fuck out. We should cancel Chuck Schumer. He's out there. I saw him out there getting just absolutely ripped to shreds by Howard Lutnick. And he's like, this is a day for bipartisanship. God, Chuck Schumer sucks. You guys know what I'm talking about? I don't have it on the outline, but let me pull it up. It was so pathetic. Let me find this. Schumer CH? I think it's CH, right? I swear, at this point, I can't write Howard Lutnick without typing Howard Nutlick. I still can't do Lutnick. Then I had Lutlick. I can't do any of it. All right, is this it? Yeah.
Act. Why should he get to take any credit for the jobs? Mr. Secretary, the president opposed the CHIPS and Science Act. Why should he get to take any credit for the jobs that it's creating here?
Can I say that?
All right, so these guys are with Micron in New York, and they're announcing investment. Micron is announcing that they're going to invest, I think it's $200 billion of their own money, not money from the Trump administration. But the way that they are able to start this construction is through the CHIPS and Science Act. The Biden administration and those who voted for the CHIPS and Science Act gave them $6 billion. $6 billion. That's what they got in benefits here to build Micron. And obviously, that's something that Democrats should be proud of. It's something that Howard Nutlick should acknowledge here. And it's something Chuck Schumer should be proud of. But instead of saying, like, yeah, we're proud of it, he goes after the reporter here.
Mr. Secretary, the president opposed the CHIPS and Science Act. Why should he get to take any credit for the jobs that it's creating here?
Can I say that? We're not looking for one side or the other. We're working together to make this thing happen in the right way.
So the CHIPS agreement.
I am the
was
author of the CHIPS.
$6 billion was given to Micron to build $75 billion in America. That was a good start.
I don't know why it looks AI to you. I see what you're saying. It doesn't look AI to me, but maybe just the camera angle.
Now, with the Trump administration working closely with Sanjay, we've upped that game to $200 billion commitment.
Yeah. Do you see how stupid this is? He says through the CHIPS and Science Act, they got $6 billion to build this. They weren't going to build here, but through the CHIPS and Science Act, government spending $6 billion, here they are. And we've upped it in the Trump administration. How'd you do that? Well, Micron's going to invest $200 billion of their own money. Oh, so you did absolutely fucking nothing. He's out here taking credit for it. He has no part in any of this. I don't even know why Nutlick is here. But Micron has decided to invest their own money. His party voted against making this happen. And here we are with Nutlick going, yeah, we get credit. We've upped the game here.
Right? In exchange for the same effective money. So instead of having 2 fabs here, we're going to have 4. Instead of having 1 in Boise, we're going to have 2. $200 billion of investment. So we took a good start and made it great working together with Micron.
And can I just say, with that $200 billion of investment, 90,000 jobs will be created here in America, related to directly at Micron as well as supporting
Yeah, we'll see. We've seen this with Foxconn before.
the whole ecosystem. And these will be high-paying jobs. And today, 0% of memory is made here in America.
All right, moving forward there. Let's see. This is what Johnny said. Just heard you message me on Friday show. Thanks. This week was horrible. 102 and 103-degree fever for the last 3 days. Same, dude. I got sick also. And we battled it with Tylenol, Tramadol, and Dilaudid. All right. So now you're autistic because of the Tylenol. It was accompanied by 3 days of liquid out the two. Oh, jeez. All right. I'm not reading that out loud. Sorry, Johnny. I got it now. Anyways, fuck Chuck Schumer. Just takes it. Go ahead, Howard. Take credit for everything. All right, we'll leave Candace Owens too. That was a journey. Hey, Tony, good to see you, man. Looks like you're having some big feelings in the chat there. What do you need to talk about, Tony? You talk to people in person? Right. Oh, I remember what you were saying, that that Charlie Kirk didn't talk on the internet. He talked in person. He hosted a daily show on the internet. And the reason he was able to go do campus tours is because he had a bunch of funding. If I had some funding, I'd be happy to go do some campus tours. But I've got bills to pay. I don't have billionaires asking me to cuck for them and lie to the people who listen to me about how cutting taxes will definitely help them and isn't just a gift to billionaires. So unfortunately, because we don't kneel before the billionaires and advocate for policy that doesn't help the American people, it's kind of hard to find backers. So thank you. Sorry about your big feelings today. I hope that things get better for you, Tony. I'm sure they will. I'm sure you're a very rational, sane person who's not having an emotional breakdown right now at all. This is just normal. You're doing great. All right. Why are billionaires leaving California? Because they want all the money, Tony. Because they want all of the fucking money. And California is telling them that they have to give some of that money to the people of California. And they're saying no, because they want all the fucking money, Tony. That's why. It's pretty simple, isn't it? If you just keep giving billionaires everything they want, they might move to your state. Hey, don't worry, you can come here and leech off the people of our state. We don't mind one bit. And then Tony goes, nice, dude. Conservatives are awesome. They give all these gifts to billionaires, and then the billionaires move to their states. How'd that work for Salt Lake City? How's that working for Boise? Right there, we just showed that announcement of Micron. Why is Micron going from a red state to a blue state, Tony? How come Micron decided they're no longer going to build in Boise and they're going to go to New York instead? Sounds like billionaires to me. Maybe they're not all moving that way. Yeah. But keep up the cuckery, Tony. You're doing great. Your overlords are very proud of you, and they certainly will trickle down that money to you sometime soon. It's for sure on its way. I wanted to show you, by the way, when Candace Owens is talking about time traveling, it's because of actual tweets that she got from Charlie Kirk. This is screenshots. I don't know. She cut this off, but she said, I'm an alien. He said, I think I'm a time traveler. This is my home, but I think you found me and time traveled with me, which is adorable. I think Charlie Kirk really, really was in love with Candace Owens for a long time, and she friend-zoned the fuck out of him. And now she's just like unloading his deepest, darkest secrets after he's died. So these are the type of people that we're dealing with, though. Like, I'm supposed to pretend that Charlie Kirk was this really intelligent person who believed things based on facts and data and not based on his dreams. This guy legit thought he was a time traveler. Like, stop it. Stop it with all of you. And like Candace Owens is out there saying, like, yeah, he was a time traveler. That's what it was. This is what happens when you run out of like real ideas, and when you don't come by your ideas authentically, as Charlie didn't. Charlie was paid for his ideas. He was paid to say certain things. These were never authentic beliefs. It was programming that he showed you every single day. Like, here's the programming. Here's what you're supposed to believe. Tony's like, did that come from a billionaire? Nice, dude. If a billionaire said it, I agree. I'm going to repeat it. I'm gonna go yell at people on the internet that they're not following the billionaires well enough. All right. Speaking of billionaire dipshits with no belief, Trump has absolutely lost his fucking mind. I don't know what to say about this. This is a real letter. Trump really sent this. Trump is a grown-up. He's supposed to be a grown-up. He's the leader of our country. He is somebody that Republicans think is great. And he's still very upset that he didn't get a fun little prize. He's very upset that people don't think that he ended 8 wars, because nobody outside of Republicans and people who need something from Trump believe he ended 8 wars, because he didn't end 8 wars. He had absolutely nothing to do with any of those. In fact, the one where he like kind of played a role in Israel, they're still bombing. So that's why he didn't get a Nobel Peace Prize, because nobody thinks he ended those wars. They just see that he's taking credit for it. But he's upset, so now he's going to go after a country because he didn't get a fun little medal. This was written to, whoops, didn't mean to click on that, to Jonas. What's Jonas's last name? Is it Vingard or something? Vingard? Is that how you say it? Vingard? No, that's not. No, wait. That's the cyclist. What is his last name? Let me know his last name. Jonas Brother. Yeah, that's what it is. I'll find it. All right. I thought I would remember it. Jonas Gar Store, STO with a line through it. I don't know how you pronounce that. This is his message. Considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize. Not true. His country didn't get to choose that. For having stopped 8 wars. Didn't happen. Plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace because I didn't get an award. Now I'm not obligated to think about peace because you didn't give me this medal. These are the rantings of a crazy person. Although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Oh. See, Donald Trump used to be all about everybody else, and he used to be all about putting America first. And then he was like, I got to do peace. And now he's done with peace, so he's back to America first. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China. And why do they have a right of ownership anyways? There are no written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago. We had boats landing there also. I've done more for NATO than any other person since its founding, and now NATO should do something for the United States. That's crazy. Where's the Republicans? What has Trump done for NATO? What's Trump done for NATO? Can you guys answer that? I have no idea. Honest to God, I have no fucking clue what this dude has done for NATO. Can you guys, Republicans here, explain to me what he's done for NATO? I'm struggling on this one. Tony, this is your chance to shine, bud. This is your chance to shine, bud. What has Trump done for NATO, Tony? Help me out, would you? This is your chance, dude. Billionaires are about to be real happy with you if you get the right answer here. Got them to increase their spending, yeah, that's true. I know that that's doing more for NATO than anybody else. But what has he done? Threatened the end of NATO? Yeah. F NATO? Yeah, thanks, Tony. You're doing great, bud. Why, Tony? Why don't you like NATO, Tony? Explain that to me. Tony's going to prove to us that he has his own thought process. He doesn't just knee-jerk react to whatever Donald Trump says and agree with him. You know what I mean? Yeah. Tony, why don't you like NATO? What did they do that made you so upset? Tony, I'm going to need you to answer my questions here, bud. Why are you upset with NATO? Anybody can answer this. America paid for NATO. What do you mean we paid? We paid for NATO because we had an agreement. Those were our allies. We didn't want Russia coming over and taking over Europe and then taking over the United States. So we kind of have this alliance that we would all work together. And yeah, we have more money than them, and you pay based on GDP. So naturally we'd pay more. We also have more to lose. Wait, what's the problem with NATO? U.S. doesn't need NATO. NATO needs U.S. Okay, but that's not an answer to my question, right? Imagine that, I don't need my kids. My kids need me. Fuck those kids. Yeah, we made an agreement. We would build up this military. It was when we go to war, they go to war with us. They went after 9/11. They didn't get attacked on 9/11. It didn't stop them from losing lives. They went and they fought. They sacrificed their lives after 9/11. Yeah. Tony, Tony, you still haven't answered my question. What did NATO do? Why don't you like NATO, Tony? You're really good at asking questions. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland. That's fucking crazy. It's been secure. Why has it not been secure? What would Greenland? I'll ask this instead. What's so important about Greenland? Why is the world not secure if the United States doesn't have Greenland? Has anybody answered this question? Like, is there a Republican? Is there a clip I'm missing that can explain to me why Republicans think we need Greenland? I have no idea. I can't figure out why Trump wants Greenland. I've got some guesses. I'll pull some of those up here in a minute. Wants it for Putin? I don't know. I don't think so. I think if you're going to say, I do think that there's a good argument that Trump's working with Putin. I think it's actually pretty clear that Trump prefers Putin and Xi over almost everybody else. I think if you're going to do a conspiracy theory, what you would say is that Trump wants Greenland because he thinks it's connected to North America. You get North America, South America, that's us. Then you're going to give Russia, all of Russia and Europe, and then you're going to give China, Asia, and the Middle East. And I don't know. I guess then they can share Africa or something, or we all collectively share Africa. Last week Kevin Hassett was talking about Trump's plan to speak at Davos this week on his new world order. I guess we're doing a new world order. Is that the plan? I just want any of this to ever make sense. You ignore all posts that make sense to your question. John, I can't read all the posts at once. Tell me, John, what did I miss there? I am looking for your answers, but I also have to read other things. John, what was your answer here? Were you answering what NATO, why we hate NATO? Are you answering why we need Greenland? I'm looking for it now, John. We're pooping on these little guys. Nice, Tony. It's dope. Tony, just to be clear, you're not doing shit. You're cheerleading from the internet. Stop saying we. You're not part of this. Nobody in this administration knows who you are, and they don't care. This isn't a we thing. A real man is in office. That guy, the guy that shits his pants and complains about not getting medals. Yeah. Very manly. Very manly man. All right, John. Sorry, I looked for it, John. I don't see your answer. Come back later. I'll look for it later. All right. Now we have Danish troops, actually. This was this morning. This is happening now. Why? Why the fuck are we gearing up for war? Why the fuck are we stationing troops all around the world? Nobody's threatening us. The only country in the world that is threatening other countries outside of like Russia and Israel is the United States. That's about it. Why are we threatening so many countries right now? Lace up those boots. The boots don't have Velcro. MAGA's in trouble. I don't like seeing this. Yeah, in November, you guys were no new wars. You were all about peace. What happened to all of you that think for yourselves and totally don't just follow Donald Trump with everything he does? What happened to all of you? No new. Yeah, Trump said NATO's more of a threat than China and Russia. Practice your double nuts. Loop it, swoop it, and pull. Trump's up all night last night. What's he doing? Preparing for his speech. 1 a.m. he's tweeting out dumb shit like this. That's a real man. A real man takes AI-generated images with Rubio, J.D. Vance, and puts an American flag on Greenland. What a man. Your leader is an internet troll. That's the leader of your party, and unfortunately, the leader of our country. It's just an internet troll. That's what you voted for. I voted for this. All right, cool. We get it. Namaste sent this to me. Actually, let me play this real quick. Here's Hannity trying to defend it, because Hannity's such a bootlicker. Listen to Hannity's attempt here. This made me laugh.
Donald Trump's forever in a state of negotiation. Everything's negotiable. $100,000 offer for every person in Greenland, on average making $60,000 a year. Denmark's not exactly been generous to them. They don't have the ability to help.
Denmark gives them universal health care. $100,000 for them gives them 4 years of shitty health care coverage in the United States. Nobody's selling out for $100,000. But what has Denmark not done here?
Help them take their natural resources to the next level and enrich every person in Greenland. We do.
We don't. Listen, if you're going to say, like, Greenland hasn't taken their natural resources and made a fortune off of it, fair enough. But we don't do that. Like, we don't take those natural resources and make everybody else prosper either. We don't share in the profits of oil. Where's ours? Yeah, see what I mean? Like, they're not even doing that thing that we don't do. Yeah, why the fuck would Greenland be like, yeah, we'll take $100,000 for you to gut our country and get rid of our protections, get rid of our medical care? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we definitely want you guys over here drilling oil. And so that some billionaires can make a few more billions. Tony's just finishing right now. It's the fourth time Tony's finished this morning. That sock is empty. Nothing even came out, just dust at this point. Oh, yeah. Oh, billionaires getting richer. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, baby. I can't believe these people in Greenland don't want billionaires getting richer. How are they gonna come?
And after what they did to the Danish women, I don't know. What the Danish doctors did to women in Greenland, rather, I don't know.
What did the Danish doctors do to women in Greenland? What the fuck is he talking about? What did Danish doctors do to women in Greenland? Anybody know what he's talking about? What'd they do? Give them health care? They controlled the birth rate from the 60s and to the 70s. Okay. So they carried out a systematic campaign to control the birth rate of the indigenous Inuit population by inserting IUDs or coils into thousands of women and girls. This program, often referred to as the spiral case, involved the following actions: involuntary insertion, targeted demographic, unsuitable equipment, long-term. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That ended in the 70s. Thank God in America we didn't ever target women, burn them for being witches or anything like that. Thank God. Thank God we didn't do anything like tell women that they couldn't vote unless they under their given name. Didn't let women vote for a while. We're literally ripping healthcare away from women right now. If some of these Christian nationalists had their ways, like, women wouldn't be allowed to have birth control. You think Denmark's like, oh, in the 1960s and 70s, we did some horrific shit. We should have the United States take over and bring that horrific shit back. Yeah, good idea. Some countries learn from their mistakes. The United States is like, let's repeat them on a larger scale. That's what Hannity came up with. Why don't they want oil barons to get rich? And in the 60s and 70s, they treated women poorly. Yeah. Yeah, if Hannity's complaining about treatment of women, he's reaching. Yeah, it's going to be a day of reaches today. You'll see. But then, Namasi, thanks for sending this. This is from a TikTok creator by the name of Zachary Loft. And
the PayPal Mafia is
one thing I want to say is...
Let's talk about...
The PayPal Mafia is attempting to buy Greenland.
Stop that. That's why I hate TikTok. I'm going to full screen this. One thing I do want to say is there's a lot of people talking about the PayPal Mafia and their desires to buy Greenland. And thank you to, if any of the people from our research team are here today, we did this a year ago. We found this stuff a year ago. So while I will say this is great reporting and I appreciate it and I'm going to use it, we were early on this and everybody should have known that this was part of the plan. But kudos to Zachary Loft for this connection that he made here.
That I'm going to prove it, but here first we got to talk about Honduras in 2011, then I'm going into the gym. Let's rock. In 2011, there was this thing called a REID created in Honduras. A REID was going to allow for corporate town-like developments to be created in specific areas that would not fall under Honduran law and would allow for economic growth and development. By 2013, they said, can't do this. This is wrong. But 4 judges on that panel that said it was wrong were immediately dismissed the next month, replaced by Juan Orlando Hernandez administration, and then it was passed. The ZEED in 2017 would get used to form what's called Prospera LLC with Eric Breimer. Eric Breimer would use this state as their model for what they were looking to build. Problem. By 2021, Juan Orlando Hernandez was arrested, and the next person in charge said the ZEED, can't do this. This is wrong. But Prospera LLC...
A drug trafficker, Juan Orlando Hernandez, the drug trafficker. Same, he was doing what we're accusing Maduro of doing, but on a much larger scale. He admitted to doing it. He was convicted of doing it. He was sentenced to prison for doing it. Nobody seems to know why he got a pardon from Trump, except maybe this. Except maybe Trump's donors liked him. Because they want to go in and they want to build private cities like Prospera, and then they want to sue governments like Honduras and say, we are our own thing, your laws do not apply to us. And it might be shocking for some of you to learn that, and that Zach's going to explain here, some of the same people behind Prospera originally wanted to buy Greenland.
Had already been building for 4 years. So they sue Honduras for $10.8 billion. Here's Eric Breimer's tweet regarding that exact thing. How's this have to do with Greenland? Well, the thing about it is they want this Prospera LLC to create areas where there's 1% business tax, no FDA regulation, not even crime regulation. Somebody was killed last year in Prospera LLC, and they just simply sent the money to their family and never even investigated it. They said, here you go, shut up, here's some money. Who's backing Prospera LLC? Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen through a company named Pronomos Capital.
Weird. Now, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, both on the record as saying they don't believe in democracy. There's that famous clip of Peter Thiel when they're like, do you want humanity to survive? And he's like, and it's like 45 seconds of him thinking about whether or not he wants humanity to survive. And he's like, yeah, not really. Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen, who have specifically said, like, the way to end democracy first is to capture one of these parties and get the government to end democracy for you. You can't do it on your own, so you need somebody willing to play ball. As president, now we've got it, and suddenly they're flooding Donald Trump with money. And all these things that they've been advocating for decades suddenly are just happening. Donald Trump is selling you out. I don't know what to tell each and every one of you that are still here supporting him. He's selling you out. Remember that episode, the couple episodes of The Office when like Andy and Angela are engaged, but she's cheating on Andy with Dwight, and everybody in the office knows it, and Andy can't figure it out, even though everybody's dropping hints. And like she literally, they'll argue, and then she'll send a page to Dwight, and Dwight will get his beeper, and he's like, oh, and then they go down, and then they fuck in the warehouse and come back up, and Andy never figures it out, and you're like, how the fuck did Andy not figure this out? That's you guys right now. That's you. He has completely sold out America. He's created a competitive currency. He has his own currency that competes with our currency. He's just selling pardons to criminals. We're going to get to some stuff later today, but all these rich people, he's just not prosecuting. But he is going to go after welfare fraud. Unless that welfare fraud was done by somebody wealthy, in which case he's going to pardon them. He sold all of you out. And you're the last ones to know. The whole world sees it. We see it. You can criticize Democrats all you want. I'm probably going to join you with most of your criticisms of Democrats. But could we go back to politics at some point? Could we ever go back to a place where MAGA isn't just closing their eyes and pretending that this is all normal? Pretending that they're not being sold out every single day?
Capital was founded by the grandson of Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman was the one who helped Reagan create Reaganomics. Interesting. Patrick Friedman, his name, also had this idea of seasteading. Seasteading was this idea of creating a city out in the ocean in the middle of nowhere so you didn't have to abide by any governance. You listened to the whales and the dolphins. That was your law. You could.
What is a good question? Thanks, All Def Lab. Make sure to take everything we just talked about and bring up trans people again. This is what I'm saying. You guys are fucking broken. You're absolutely fucking broken. I'm showing you him selling all of you out, and you're like, Dems like trans people. Get it the fuck together. You really need to get it the fuck together. Let it go. Let trans people go. Let them out of your mind for a second. I don't know why they occupy so much space in your mind. It's fine. They're not hurting anybody. Relax.
Create whatever law, do whatever you wanted, and it became a crypto wet dream for laundering. Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen. Peter Thiel, the founder of PayPal. Now we look at Greenland. Greenland is someplace that Elon Musk wants to go for drilling. He wants it for data centers. And we already know that Musk is super involved with the government through Doge. He tweeted that Trump was a pedophile and then had dinner with him just last month. And now Grok is getting utilized?
There's one other thing about Elon Musk when it comes to Greenland that he has publicly said. Because of the barren topography of Greenland, he has said, like, if we want to do space travel, if we want to learn how to create life in space, like the lack of resources, water, food, vegetation in Greenland would be like a great training ground. So there's another part of that too that Elon specifically has brought up, that like in his wish to go to Mars and live on Mars, he needs somewhere to practice, and Greenland would be a great place for that. But he can't have all this regulation in the way, so it's going to need to be privately owned, or there's going to need to be somebody in charge of Greenland who just doesn't give a fuck.
Department of Homeland Security? The guy's basically part of the cabinet. Also, a founder of PayPal. The AI crypto czar right now, the guy who would be heavily involved in crypto regulation around something like an AI backstate surveillance city, currently being branded as a freedom city, is also one of the founders of PayPal and being advised by Mark Andreessen, who's one of the funders of Perdomo's Capital.
Freedom cities also in Project 2025. Donald Trump in Agenda 47 had a video up on his website. I don't even know if that website is still up, where you can go to Who's Agenda 47, where he talks about freedom cities. Like, we warned you about this. This is why we covered it a year ago. It's because like they were saying we're going to do these freedom cities, and we knew about it, and now it's just all coming to fruition.
Seems like a conflict of interest, but who even cares about that at this point? So we have 3 PayPal Mafia members involved in this formation of what's going to be an AI tech surveillance city branded as a freedom city. And by the way, Trump said we're going to have 11 freedom cities in America.
These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream.
Let's get to the point. The point is this guy named Ron Lauder and a guy named Ken. We're going to start with Ron. Ron suggested that we go take Greenland back in 2019. It wasn't until 2025 that it started to gain some momentum. And so Ron, back in May, decided to go to Delaware's corporation site and create a Greenland LLC. He used that Greenland LLC to recently, in November of this year, invest in a Greenland water company, the Greenland Water Bank. Interestingly enough, in October, something happened that kind of set in motion the fact that we're definitely going to be able to get Greenland. 2 things happened since then. 1, Ron Lauder invested into Greenland. And secondarily, Juan Orlando Hernandez, the guy arrested in narco-terrorism just a few years ago, is pardoned. Why was he pardoned? Speculating here, but could have anything to do with him helping create the framework for the prosperity.
No, it's not. Guys, it's not that. It's because, what did Trump say the reason was? Oh, his prosecution was unfair. That's what it was. Biden didn't like him. The prosecution was unfair. That's what Trump said. When asked for details, Trump's like, I don't know any details. They just, people around me told me it was unfair. Who are the people around you, Donald? These people that want to invest in private cities, those are the people around you. Yeah. He's admitted this. Like, we're not, this isn't a guess. Great job, Zachary Loft here. I'm surprised I'm just coming across this creator. Sounds like he's big. A lot of you guys know who he is, so kudos to Zachary Loft. This is really well done. But like, he's admitted all of this. We're not even guessing. This is just happening. Trump's admitting it, telling us the people around me said that it was unfair. Who are the people around you? Andreessen, Sachs, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk. Yeah. I wonder who told you to pardon this guy.
The experiment? I don't know. But let's get back to this guy named Ken. Ron Lauder said, I will be your bridge of communication between America and, not Greenland, Denmark. Denmark owns Greenland. So, How could we create an official line of communication between America and Greenland? Oh, I don't know. Let's assign Ken Howry the position of ambassador to Denmark. And by the way, Ken Howry is one of the investors in the Founders Fund. And the Founders Fund was created by Peter Thiel. And the Founders Fund also helps supply funding to Pronomos Capital. Also, Coinbase Ventures helps the Pronomos Capital funding. And Coinbase Ventures is heavily funded by BlackRock. Hi, Larry Fink. Okay, check this out. Ken Howard.
Nothing to see here. Nothing at all to see here, guys. This is just happenstance. It's a total coincidence.
Is also one of the founders of PayPal. So here's what I think is happening. Ron Lauder, this guy who looks like he just stepped out of his crypt, he's also a big writer for this guy. Loves this guy. He also serves on this council, which I won't say out loud for the sake of the algorithm.
Yeah, who saw it coming? Who could possibly have seen that coming?
Two and two together. But between him and Eric Breimer, owner of Prospera LLC, Zionism is written all over this. Secondarily, we have billionaires written all over it. Specifically, billionaires that came from a sect of the PayPal Mafia, in which a guy 2 years ago burned himself alive outside of a court hearing of Donald Trump just to get the fact out that PayPal Mafia members are coming for us. For your reading pleasure, I went ahead and put his manifesto in my bio. He might have been crazy, but he makes some decent points. So I believe that billionaires are going to utilize the desolate areas of Greenland to test AI tech surveillance cities being branded as
freedom cities,
so they can bring an AI tech surveillance town to us, right to our own domestic home front. And they're going to test it in places like Greenland. And also, by the way, something similar is going up in Gaza. It seems very clear and obvious there's a conflict of interest going on, and it has to do with Greenland, and it has to do with the PayPal Mafia. The PayPal Mafia.
Now, this is the point of, like, this is the stage of the cult, the movement, whatever you want to call it, where there is no use talking to those that are in agreement with Donald Trump. They've already abandoned the ability to take anything he said and compare it to reality. Like, we're completely done with that. Historically speaking, you watch this happen. I think a lot of people are afraid to make the Schmittler comparison, and I think that a lot of the reasons that sensible people aren't willing to say that there are definite parallels between Trump and Schmittler or Trump and Mussolini is that a lot of people say Schmittler, Holocaust, extermination of the Jews. Donald Trump hasn't done that, therefore not Schmittler. But when you watch, there's a documentary that we're going to watch as a group here for paid members, and just a good reminder, we have paid membership on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. And this coming Monday, we're going to start a new series. It's called Hitler and the Nazis. If you're not a paid member, if you don't want to watch it with us, and you have Netflix, I highly recommend watching it. What's interesting about this documentary is the way that they cover Hitler's actual political rise. And when you watch the rise of both Mussolini, when you watch the rise of Hitler, and you see how the people went from seemingly sensible to believing batshit crazy things, you can draw the parallels. And it starts with a leader who is unwilling to budge. And unwilling to budge in the face of facts, in things that are true, things that you can view with your own eyes. For example, when Trump was inaugurated and he stood up on the inauguration stage and he said, "This is the largest inauguration of all time." And I went onto stage and it was raining. And as soon as I stepped to the microphone, the clouds opened, the sun came out, and the rain stopped. And we all watched that. And we said, no to all of that. It wasn't the largest ever. And it did not stop raining and the sun came out when Trump was speaking. And the people that worked for him went on Fox News the next day and repeated that lie. And when they were confronted on that lie, they said, we're providing alternate facts. And the groundwork was laid at that point. You are either with Trump or you are against Trump. And part of being with Trump means you have to believe lies. You're going to have to convince yourself that these lies are actually true when you don't have evidence to back them up. And that's the stage that we're at now. We are at the stage now where Donald Trump, this administration, are currently covering up the Epstein files, and everybody knows it. And you watched it even in the chat today, like they go, oh, we're still talking about that? Yeah. Yeah. That's the only answer they have. So even now, like this one, they can't even really blame anybody else. So they've been forced to address reality. And the reality is their guy is covering up the Epstein files, covering for obviously for rich and powerful people, obviously for Israel, obviously for Russia. Donald Trump, like for whatever reason, all of these Russian oligarchs and all of these world leaders thought, if I want to talk to Trump, I should talk to Epstein. Epstein will help us. For whatever reason, they were all flooding to Epstein. Like, how do we get a meeting with Trump? How should we discuss things with Trump? Here's our plan going in to talk to Trump. Do you think this will work? Would you tweak anything? For some reason, this guy that Trump didn't know anything about was giving everybody advice on how to deal with Epstein. The amount of accounts that have come out now and have specifically pointed at Trump. Remarkable. We've talked about Sasha Riley, and I do want to say this. Like, I still hold the position that Sasha Riley, all those claims should be investigated, and we're starting to see some good investigative work after Sasha Riley's claims. Markedly, there is a pretty horrific claim that Sasha Riley makes about assaulting Donald Trump, and you can connect that to Trump's doctor and Trump's doctor's specialty. And then you can connect when Donald Trump first became president, before Epstein was killed, members of Trump's team raided the doctor's office and stole his documents. That's on the record. That's a real thing that happened. That's not even a thing that they say didn't happen. That's a real thing that happened in 2017. Let me get to comments. Sorry, I've been struggling on comments. I apologize. Tim, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Amy Lynn said, economists say Trump is making our economy much more like China's, with him insisting on having a hand in so many companies, telling them what to do, just like China. Also, just like Russia, Amy Lynn, you're correct. Donald Trump wants to be Putin. He wants to be Xi. And you guys are the little cuck cheerleaders that cheerleaded on Putin and cheerleaded on Xi. You're advocating every single day that we have a surveillance state where our rights are consistently violated, and you guys cheer it on. It's interesting to watch you do that. Candace said, isn't it fun how some people say a woman couldn't be president because she might start a war if she's on her period, but it's cool if Trump starts one over not getting a prize? Yeah. It's a great point, Candace. Amy said, tell Tony how many wars we would have won under Republicans and without other countries. Good question. MX said, some want to give up more liberty for security. Facts. I'm with you there. Let me check here. Just a reminder, we are crowdfunded, so I'll try and remember to read these in a more timely manner. I'm a little rusty. Chris said, for exposing the Epstein class. Thank you, Chris. And I'll update that total here in just right now. There we go. All right, moving on. We got the MAGA upset today. What rights have been violated? Currently, ICE can hold up a phone and scan your face, and they can pull up all of your sensitive information. They have been buying data from private companies who buy data from other private companies, and they're using that as a way not only to go after people who are here illegally, but also to go after American citizens. Your privacy is being violated on a daily basis. But again, like it's that famous quote, like they came for the school teachers, they came for the Jews, they came for the LGBTQ people. Like I didn't realize that my rights were being stripped until one day they came for me. And so you have like a path, MAGA. Your path is always be a cuck with no line, or at some point there's going to be a line that is drawn in the sand for you, and you're going to find out very quickly what happens when you draw a line in the sand. There will be nobody there left to protect you. ICE murdered an American mother. Yeah. About when they gassed a 6-month-old child, almost killed a 6-month-old child. How about that? Josh, I don't know if you know this. Your privacy isn't being violated. This is all information people willingly put online. But there are laws about the government buying that data. The government, like, it's true that when you put your information willingly online and you don't read through your terms of service, that most of these places sell your data. But we have laws on the books that make it so that the U.S. government is not allowed to buy that data. And the way that they're getting around it is they're saying, oh, we didn't buy the data. We just contracted with this company who has the data, and we didn't figure out how they got the data. So that's the workaround. The U.S. and the Holocaust is an amazing series. What's that on? I haven't seen that. It's a good point. Yeah, pulling Americans out of their homes and detaining them for no reason. They all know this. Like, MAGA all knows this. They've just chosen to cover their eyes. They've just chosen that they're no longer living in reality. It's just wake up, cheer for Donald Trump, own the libs, go to bed, pretend none of it's happening. This was a strange thing that happened. This is a account I follow, or used to follow. I thought I followed him. That's weird. Called the Midas Project. Said something strange happened on conservative Twitter on Thursday. A dozen right-wing influencers suddenly became passionate about a semiconductor export policy, posting nearly identical and often false attacks over a 27-hour period on a bill most people have never heard of. You can see here from Ryan Fournier, not Jerome Powell, and Brad Pascali. Combined, we have, 1.6, almost 2 million followers combined. AI is increasing daily in usage, and America must win the AI Cold War with China, and the AI Overwatch bill destroys Trump's China strategy. Trump's authority is clear. The commander-in-chief has ultimate authority on foreign affairs. Democrats and their deep state partners are purposefully misleading House Republicans to strip him of this authority. You can see highlighted here how they're using the same verbiage. How do you think that happened? How do you think these independent journalists are all coming up with the same message? How do you think that happened? It's being disseminated. Here's Laura Loomer, Wall Street Mav, Eyal Yacobi. Combined, another 2 million. We need to beat China in AI, and China will get ahead of us if this bill passes. It yanks control of advanced AI chip exports away from President Trump, which is crazy. The president should not be controlling AI exports. And he doesn't. It's not yanking it away. It's not giving it to him. But here we go. Bill's being supported in the media by Never Trumpers ex-Biden staffers, being orchestrated by several notable Trumpers, Obama-Biden staffers, driven by a network of prominent Never Trump, Obama and Biden administration officials. Why do they talk like this? They're giving you all the buzzwords that you need. None of you know what the AI Overwatch is. None of you. They've just told you, oh, who's doing it? Never Trumpers? Oh, evil. Biden staffers? Evil. It's happening in real, like right in front of you in real time. Same people here. Veto power. Veto. When the Democrats take back the House, if Democrats win midterms, if Dems take the House. Hakeem Jeffries, Hakeem Jeffries, Hakeem Jeffries. There's a script. It's being followed. Not Jerome Powell. AI Overwatch Act is being proposed to strip President Trump. Joey Manorino, the man who has multiple accounts, once posted as a black woman, I endorsed Donald Trump. Yeah, exactly, angry proletarian. This is state-run media. One of the questions that I thought Andrew Callahan asked of Nick Shirley that was really pointed is he was like, so Nick, you understand that people like media has been captured by business, right? And by PACs. And he's like, yeah. He's like, what's to stop you guys from doing the same thing? Oh, I would just never do that. It's far easier to corrupt these folks. Far easier. They don't have it. There's nothing that stops them when they lie. Nobody in MAGA cares if one of these people gets caught lying, or even if they get caught being paid. Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Michael Knowles, they all got caught getting paid, and nobody cared. None of you cared that Russia was paying them. See you there. Anyways, you can follow that thread. This is a top-down cult. If you're in this chat today, I just need you all to know you're the bottoms. You are bottom. You're not power bottoms. You're just the bottoms. You're getting nothing out of this. They're all getting paid to lie to you. Trump pays them to lie to you. Then they lie to you, and you go, lie to me harder, daddy. Keep lying to me. You all just say things like gas prices. What is a woman? Border closed. I'm just going to repeat talking points here. I'm not going to acknowledge that this is obviously state-run media. I will not acknowledge that. I'm just going to say I don't care about living in a police state if gas is $2 a gallon. All right. Seeing stuff like this. This is a guy named Rob Smith. I've seen a ton. There's so many videos like this on Twitter. Stuff that nobody gives a fuck about. It's just Republicans pretending that they're being victimized so they can get, and then go read the comment section. You guys tell me if you think this happened.
Okay, so I'm traveling today, and my grand tradition of having cute travel wear, I've got my American flag shirt on, and it's very interesting the reactions that I'm getting as I walk through these airports with this American flag shirt on. I had a follower come up and said that they loved it, and they were like, "Oh, do I know you from somewhere?" I was like, "Yeah, you know me from social." So we fist bumped and all that, but I get like the nastiest looks from what I'm going to assume are these older white libs who, I don't know. I get.
Think that happens? You think that older white ladies are glaring at him for having a flag on his shirt? They don't have it. There's very few real bad things that are happening to them. So they're just making shit up. I saw one the other day that, let me see if I want to give you an example of this. I don't remember if I actually saved it. Let me look through while this plays. Let me look.
Yes, they don't like seeing a black man repping the flag. I guess wearing a shirt with the American flag on it as a black man is somehow subversive. I guess I'm supposed to be wearing like the, what is that, like the Pan-African colors or, some Juneteenth sweatshirt or something like that. So it has been a very interesting little travel experience wearing the shirt. And it
notice how nobody is paying attention to him. Nobody is stopping him. He's in the airport. He's claiming all this stuff is happening. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody sees somebody in an American flag shirt and then freaks out at somebody. By the way, he has no clips of him ever being assaulted or harassed by people on the left. But this does exist. Here's him at a Republican event. I apologize in advance. There's going to be some slurs here shouted at him.
Oh my God, look at that. I got some fans. Wait a minute. Gay sex. Yes, Nick Fuentes loves gay sex.
Are you Rob Smith? Man, I want to know, how does anal sex help us win the culture war? How are you conservative and also a homosexual? How does that work here? What's going on, man? Why are you walking?
It does happen. It happens when he goes and hangs out with his buddies on the right. That's when it happens. How about this? Look at the outrage now. This is what Republicans have been reduced to. Your guy's hiding the Epstein files and threatening to take over the world, and you have no defense for any of that. So now we're just going to be mad at Miss Rachel.
Money on the bus goes clink, clink, clink.
The buses are going to be free, though.
That's so wonderful.
No, we don't, Tom. Thomas, give me a example of a time libs freaked out about hats and shirts. We never do. That's just something that you're told. They lie to you about what makes us upset.
Buses may be free, but the people will not be. See, this is what we call an introduction to communism. Now, am I surprised?
I can't figure out. I feel like bro's got a booger there, or a blackhead, or maybe it's a mole. I don't know, but I can't stop staring at it. This is an introduction to communism, he says, because buses will be free.
Surprised to see the newly crowned king of communism essentially pushing more of his propaganda.
Mayor of New York City is actually his title, not newly crowned king of communism. Also not a communist. democratic socialist, but yeah, what the fuck? What do facts have in MAGA? Like what weight do facts carry in MAGA? None. You can never tell the truth. You can never just say like, this is a democratic socialist who was elected in America by the people of New York who also think that public transit should be free. That's what's actually happening. And now he's like the newly crowned king of communism.
Or more specifically, to a toddler demographic? Absolutely not.
No.
But what has caught me a little off guard is...
What? Tell me about your big feeling. What caught you off guard, pal? What's got you in your feelings today?
What's she doing here?
It looks like she's hosting her show.
Isn't this supposed to be the Miss Rachel?
Yes.
The beloved educator of your infants?
Yes.
I'm no child psychologist, but this seems a little how do I put this?
Okay, how do you put it?
It seems a little indoctrination-y to me.
Oh.
That's how this is coming.
It's a real thing that's happening? They're really doing free public transit? So if you're teaching somebody about something that exists, that's not indoctrination? That's just education? And it should be no surprise the people on the MAGA side think all education is indoctrination now? Just telling people that the buses in New York will be free for them is indoctrination. This is what the right is upset about. This is what they've decided to take their time to talk about. You have nothing to talk about because your president is covering up the fucking Epstein files. Your president is selling our entire country out to billionaires, creating, as we mentioned before, creating an alternative currency. Using our military to invade other countries for his oil buddies so that they can make money. At our expense, by the way. We are paying for that, and we will pay for that, and we will get no money back from any of that. It's just his billionaire buddies. We're not like there's no way anybody from the outside is looking at this like, oh, this is a serious political movement here. See, even there. Shut up. Yeah. See how mad you guys get? See how mad you motherfuckers get when we just point out that you have nothing real to say? If I were on your side of the aisle, and if I was assumed that I was lying up here, what I would do is I would offer a counter argument. But what your argument seems to be every day here is shut up and trans people, something about trans people every single time. Yeah, you're a loser. What is a woman? You get it. You get it. But why not an answer for this? This isn't indoctrination. This is Miss Rachel teaching kids that if they have public transit in New York, they're not going to have to pay for it. That's what you guys are afraid of? This is the big, scary communism that we're supposed to be afraid of right now? Free public transportation? God, I can't believe that's not scaring regular people. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, I forgot. What about Biden? Thank you. You got to do the what about Biden. Steve Applejack says, who is this noob? Mom Donnie is saving me like $20K. Oh, I'm assuming childcare. Ty said, White House late post about MLK and rollback on civil rights. I didn't see that one, I don't think. Amy Lynn says, economists say Trump is making our economy much more like China's. Oh, we did that one already. Facts. Tony says, just to be clear, Tony Danza says, just to be clear, I'm not the stupid Tony. Thank you, Tony Danza. Sorry for anybody named Tony today, that you're being looped in with the dummy. All right, let's get to another grifter exposed. This is Scott Jennings on with Adam Friedland. And I don't know why Scott Jennings went on this show. I have no fucking clue why Scott Jennings would go on with Adam Friedland. Scott Jennings is safe when he's on CNN and he can play his little games. But if you're going to go on a show and expose yourself as a complete and total grifter, and it affects you not even the slightest with MAGA, then I guess that's why you do it. This he's just going to admit that he's a performer and he's a grifter, and MAGA's like, I love him. He's so great on CNN.
What is the one thing that you're advocating?
It's only coming out the left side of my headphones. So if you're not hearing it, try the other side of your headphones.
For that you want to see happen?
I think we're not arguing about politics as usual anymore. I think there's a war on the future of the West. I think Western civilization hangs in the balance. I think Elon is right about this.
Who's fighting the West?
Yeah. How? How's it hanging in the balance? And good question. Who's fighting us? When was the last time we got attacked? 2001? That's the last time I remember somebody coming after us. 2001. 25 years ago.
The East?
No, the West. The West is the civilization that has given us everything from the Bible to the university to the Constitution.
But
the Bible? He said the Bible. I'm just going to pull up a map here. This is for anybody who knows how maps work. Generally speaking, when you're looking at the world, you would say the West is over here. Most people would not consider this to be the West. I don't know if the West gave us the Bible. I don't think the West gave us universities either. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Who's against the West?
Well, let's see. How about the terrorists in the Middle East? How about the people who think the United States of America was a rotten, failed experiment, needs to be ripped out root and branch?
Who said it?
Who? How about people who believe that we should have mass migration from all over the world and no borders?
Whose idea is that?
The left right now.
The left?
That is their
all
project.
over the world here?
That is their project.
Really? Do they say we want everyone here in America?
Yeah, pretty much that's what they run on.
That's what we run on. You have to be so fucking stupid to believe this. You really do. Like, nobody ever has run on this. Ever. No, not one person ever has run on this. You have to be absolutely fucking brain dead to believe any of this. And yet, all of MAGA in the chat right now is going to go, yep, this is what they believe. If you have to lie this bad to make your party palatable, I think that maybe we reconsider what your party stands for. You think our party, like, you think that the left has been advocating for terrorism and open borders? Who? Tell me one person who's advocated for open borders. I'd like a name, please. They are getting aggressive. The dumber they get, the more they're exposed, the more aggressive they're getting. Yeah, I'm serious. Yeah, who's advocated for open borders? Just give me names. Biden? Nope. The very first thing Biden did when he got in office is try and pass a border bill. So try again. Me? Nope. Not for open borders. Libertarians? Yes. There you go, Kimmy. Libertarians do advocate for open borders. That's true. You could have some far left. You may have some communists who advocate for open borders. Name one Democrat who's advocating for open borders. Is this guy serious? I'm very serious. And instead of asking if I'm serious, answer the fucking question, Bellioso. Answer it. Give me a fucking name. This is the hysteria. This is the mass hysteria I'm talking about. When you get cornered and you don't have an answer, you retreat to your beliefs. Oh, I believe that this is what they believe. Give us a name. Can't, but I'm still going to believe it. Are we seeing a name here? AOC. Has AOC ever advocated for open borders? Never. Kamala Harris? No. Not one of them advocated for open borders. Sanctuary cities. Even sanctuary cities don't advocate for open borders. Yeah, see how hard this is for you guys to find an answer? You're saying things that you know aren't true. If you're saying Joe Biden, if you're saying Kamala Harris, you know that you're fucking lying. You know that you are. But what happened is they convinced you, like, well, we know what they say publicly, but privately, they're for open borders. It's just not true. That's how dumb they think you are. And unfortunately, I think some of them are right. I think you guys might be that dumb, that all they have to do is tell you stuff that makes you scared and you believe it. You'll never fact check any of that shit. What's up, Jen?
We've got Liquor Store Dinosaur waiting to speak to you.
Liquor Store Dinosaur? Who is that?
He's from YouTube.
Oh, okay. All
I
right.
sent you some screenshots of other things. You might want to maybe read some comments before you hop over there.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think we have some to catch up on. And just want to remind everybody when these conversations are happening, we still have the gift goal that we want to knock out. So the total I have left for the balance of the gift goal is $264. So if you could help us knock out the rest of that while he's having this conversation, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, we'd appreciate it.
All right. Jennifer, thank you. Ty said, oh, I got that from Ty. Ryan said, imagine if the left wing was doing what this fascist is doing right now. Think the MAGA cuck train would be okay with it? They are literally okay with anything Trump does. Trump could come out tomorrow and say, I'm turning everybody in this cabinet, everybody in the cabinet now is going to trans themselves, because that's how he'd say it. And they just immediately change their mind. Amber says China will win AI because they're thinking ahead and building renewable electric. We in the U.S. cannot produce enough using oil and gas. China is to double their windmills and solar by 2030. They're already the leader in renewable energy. Facts. Thank you, Tim. Got that from Candace. All right, let me hop over here. And by the way, for those of you Republicans in the chat that say that we don't debate, happy to debate anytime. And you'll see here, we have a process by which you can come up and debate. And we're going to go to Liquor Store Dinosaur here. I think there we are. Hey, what's up, man?
All right, I just want to call on. You're just really off your rocker today, dude.
Oh, yeah?
I've got video evidence. Like earlier, you were talking about, you guys would never ever critique or criticize somebody for like wearing a shirt, right?
What?
Is that not what you said earlier on?
I said I don't think anybody is ever walking through the airport with a flag shirt on and have a bunch of people approach them.
Okay. Then what about just the streets? Just the regular streets? You guys would never approach anyone just walking the streets and do that to someone?
Who's you? No, I'm sure that happens all the time. I'm sure people do that, especially in like a protest setting, for sure.
Or what if it's not even a protest setting, but just somebody just walking down the street?
And it's just like an American flag shirt that they're wearing?
Correct. This says freedom. Yeah, it says freedom on the back.
I'm sure. Wait, is it the Charlie Kirk one?
No. Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure that could have happened. Yeah.
Okay. I guess then why would you say that you guys would never? I believe that you said, if you could check it earlier, that you were talking about that you guys would never attack anybody if they were just wearing like an American flag on their shirt.
Yeah. Well, we were watching a specific video, right? What was happening in that video?
Correct. That particular video, nothing. That particular video, nothing.
Okay.
But what about?
So when
he
said,
other videos?
well, I was obviously responding to that video, right? I said, I just don't believe this is happening, that he's walking through the airport and people are giving him dirty looks and criticizing him for wearing an American flag shirt.
On that one particular video, I would have to agree.
Yeah, but the point of that video was to show how these people grift like their victimhood, how they make up victimhood to grift. That was the point of that. It's about content creators on the right. That whole part of the show was showing content creators on the right obviously grifting, lying, and working in coordination to grift and to lie about things.
Yeah, but that's obviously done on both sides.
I think you'd have a hard time finding me people on the left that are getting paid a bunch of money.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The most I know of anybody making money was David Pakman. He was getting like, I remember it was $4,000 or $8,000 a month.
Well, where's any of your proof or evidence that anyone on the other side are making a fortune off of grifting or anything?
Have you heard of Tenet Media?
Not offhand, no.
Okay, Tenet Media was a company based in Canada that was funded by Russian state media, and they were paying hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to Tim Pool, to Benny Johnson, to Dave Rubin, and I think Michael Knowles, and a handful of others too. But I think Tim Pool was getting like something like $400,000 a week or a month, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
that
significant, right?
That's been proven.
Yes.
Proven.
Yes.
Okay.
All of those.
Where's
All of
the evidence
those.
for proof?
You can go to any one.
No, no, literally, like the evidence for proof.
So there was a court case. There were charges about Tenet Media, and every one of those creators that I just named came out and admitted to taking that money. What Tim Pool said and what Dave Rubin said is, we didn't do our due diligence. I didn't know it was Russian money. They didn't deny taking the money. They said I didn't know it was Russian money.
Okay.
Why do you think Russia's paying right wingers $400,000? By the way, during that time when Tim Pool was being paid, there's a famous clip where he freaks out and he says, Ukraine is the enemy of the American people.
Okay.
That's a pretty wild thing to say, right? Because obviously Ukraine's not our enemy.
So then why is USAID given tons of money to all of CNN, PRN, and a lot of the other ones that are, and again, a much more substantial amount.
So any of that
for them to cause the grifting.
Any of that stuff, any of the money that was going from USAID to these news outlets, they were paying for services. So they were paying for subscriptions, or they were paying for data, or they were paying for, I think it was Reuters, where a bunch of money was going. Yeah, they're paying for an actual service. I have no problem with that.
Why would you have to pay? Why would you have to pay? Oh, I do. Why would you pay millions of dollars for any type of service, let alone multiple services?
For data?
For anything to do with... No, not just for data, but data and the subscription. Subscription for what? And why would you pay millions of dollars for any company to have a subscription for anything, let alone multiple?
Yeah, it was access. So these subscriptions gave access. Like, for example, if I wanted to have a subscription to, and I do have Washington Post, I think I pay like maybe $5 a month to Washington Post. Now imagine I'm the government and I've got, 400,000 employees that want access to whatever Washington Post is giving me. It's obviously not going to be $5 a month. It's going to be by user.
Yeah, but even if you had, but even if you were doing it for a 400,000 at $5 a month, that doesn't even come close to justifying the millions upon millions per BCC, PRN, CNN.
Sure,
but
there's
the list just keeps going on.
Sure, but there's a clear difference here, right? Like the government in this case.
No, there is.
I'll explain it. The government.
there is not a clear
I'll
difference,
explain it, and you tell me if there's a difference. In this case, the government is paying organizations for a service. In the other case, a foreign government, a sworn enemy to the United States, who has a goal to bring down the United States, is paying American journalists to do what I would call propaganda for a foreign country. You don't whether or not you think it's justified. You have to acknowledge those are two very different things, right?
I acknowledge that they're different things, but I also acknowledge that it is a complete absurdity that there's no way to track the money that was given to those to prove that those were given for legitimate subscriptions or anything else.
Yes, there is.
Where's the evidence? Show me a website that you could track it or anything.
USAspending.gov.
Okay. And that'll show every single subscription of everything that they got to prove that it went legitimately where it was supposed to go.
How do you think we knew how to cancel the contracts?
Yeah, but even with those,
you got to answer that question. How do you think we found? How do you think we knew which contracts to cancel? If there's no way to track it, how did we figure out which contracts to cancel?
All right. What was the? I'll look it up real quick.
No. Answer that question though. Answer that. How do you think you even know about this? If we can't track it, how do you know about it?
Well, mainly because I watch for many different media outlets and get a lot of different information from a lot of different sources, not just one or two
how
sources.
do you know that? But how do you know that we were paying these organizations? Where did those sources you watch get their information?
Because I do multiple searches on multiple different platforms to not only if something's coming up on a government website, then I'll also try to track it from several other websites.
So where did you go? Where did you go to fact check this one then? When you found out about the government paying services, what websites did you go to?
I went to several different websites. Some of them were local media, some were media outlets, other were the government.
How would those help you confirm this story?
Well, because they're going to give me areas to go to research and
where
find
would
out
they send you? Where would they send you if you wanted a breakdown of where USAID spending was going?
Yeah.
If you wanted
Well,
like
it
the
just
government
depends.
source, right? If you wanted the official
Right.
source from the
That's one of
government,
them.
where would you go?
And those are the main ones.
I know, but
And
where would
you
you
can go to
go? But where would you go? What website would you go to if you wanted the government?
Offhand, I don't have the website right in front of me.
USA,
So, no, I would go against that.
usaspending.gov.
Okay.
See, this is a good example of like media literacy and illiteracy. When Elon Musk was running Doge and he was putting out screenshots of like, look where this wasted money's coming from. Republicans went, holy shit, look what he found. He was screenshotting a publicly available website called usaspending.gov. In fact, oftentimes he left the logo there. It is a website set up by the government because as part of these appropriations, when we allocate money for USAID, we actually have to know where that money goes, and we keep track of it. And they legislated that it had to be publicly available, which is why usaspending.gov exists. So Elon did something that you guys all think is amazing. What he did is went to a publicly available website that apparently nobody on the right knew existed, and then somehow you all credited him with amazing work that any one of us could have done.
Well, again, I'm going to have to go through and search, but I did find one of them, which is an FIS. It's a fiscaldata.treasury.gov. That's a source. And then there's several other sources that I would have to, again, spend a minute, go back through and find what the different sources are.
And are any of those sources paying left-wing content creators?
It's hard to say because it's a government web source, and I would have to spend the time to actually do the research.
It's hard to say.
And look through it. Yeah, without sitting.
But that's what you
actually
came
going
up here
through
to tell. That's what you came up to say. You said that earlier. That left-wingers are being paid.
No, well, I think both sides are being paid. Absolutely.
No, I don't think you have.
Yeah,
I don't think you have good.
right.
I don't think you have good evidence of that. I think, like, just think about it. What
Your evidence is
what rich
circumstantial
person?
as well.
What rich? No, it's not. It's literally in court cases, and all the people that got paid admitted it.
Excuse me. No, I've heard Tim Pool's side of it several times, and he's got rebuttals against the substantiated evidence.
No, his rebuttal is, I didn't know it was coming from Russia. He admitted to taking the money.
No, that wasn't his total.
You want to watch it? You want to watch it? Okay.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when I show you that Tim Pool admits taking Russian money, you're going to apologize, I assume?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Let me pull this up real quick. Where's his? These are all long. Let me see if I can get it on Twitter.
Be able to hear it from here. I was going to hear it on the Zoom.
Yeah.
And I do have to say, I watch you actually quite a bit because, again, I like to get a lot of information from different sides. And you, as of this point with me, you're being very respectful. So I appreciate that.
Oh, appreciate that. Let's see. I'm searching through Twitter to see if somebody's clipped it.
As I believe the one you're referring to is, I believe once he said that he was sorry he got caught, but there was no apology with that one. And that was only because it wasn't even that he got caught using the money or doing anything else, because he was trying every effort to get that money back and returned, figuring out what source it was from.
Wait, what am I pulling up if we agree that he took the money?
I think the disagreement's coming into place that he was unaware that he was taking the money when it was initially taken him, and then he's also trying to
he's unaware that
the money.
He was unaware that it was coming from Russia. He knew he was taking the money, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely knew he was taking.
I've never
money.
seen.
He didn't know where that source was from.
Okay, so we agree.
Which would be, but that would be anyone else. That would be no different than if you had received, even like on this. Again, I'm not familiar with all of it. Like your Discord or something, and somebody sent you money.
No, it's
and you're like,
it'd be totally different.
And then a day later, figure out, oh wow, this is from a source that I'm not agreeing with or disagreeing with. I'm going to give that money back.
No,
and
it's
then
not.
A month later,
that wouldn't even remotely be.
It took money from China.
That wouldn't even.
That would be almost.
No, that wouldn't even be remotely close. Because the difference is here is what Tim was doing is Tim had a specific show, and the contract with Tenet Media took this show he did. I think it was called like Culture Wars or something. and it allowed him to take this show once a week, and Tenet Media would get that show and they would host it on their platform. And that's what they paid him for. He signed a contract to do this. This wasn't somebody sending a note saying, "Good job, Tim." It's totally different. He signed a contract with Tenet Media and didn't know what the source of the funding was for. Which, by the way, like, I don't know how much you know about YouTube funding, but like, Tim wasn't making anywhere near $400,000 on his own YouTube channel for a single video. Nowhere close. He might make a couple thousand on a huge stream, on a huge one. So for Tenet Media to say, we're going to give you $400,000 a month to put this video on our YouTube channel, and Tim Pool didn't do any due diligence? If somebody offered me $400,000 to host my show on their YouTube channel, knowing the numbers that I get, even if I had Tim Pool's numbers, I'd be like, hold up. I need to know where this money is coming from. And he didn't do that.
And I guess that's a difference. Just because somebody doesn't do a due diligence on the first half of it is not necessarily a reason to persecute them once they're able to find out what did occur and then backtrack and go, hey, I disagree with this and now I'm going to halt it.
Well, he didn't. They had their Tim didn't cancel the funding. They stopped. Hold on. Let me answer. Tim didn't say, I'm not taking their money anymore. They stopped paying him. Tim has never given that money back. He hasn't even said he was going to give that money back. In fact, shortly after, he started talking about his financial troubles that he was going through.
Let's see now, can you show me evidence of that? Because now it sounds like you're speculating.
Can I show you evidence
of his response?
Wait.
Where's the evidence that he's struggling, that he kept the money and made no effort to return it? Where's your evidence that had actually occurred?
How could I show you evidence that he didn't?
Exactly.
Wait, excuse
it's
me.
all speculation. That's my point. There's a lot of this stuff that everybody claims is fact.
Excuse me. Don't interrupt my sentences right in the middle. There is no possible way for me to prove to you that somebody didn't do something, because if they didn't do it, there's no evidence. I can't prove that. That's an impossible standard. You were the one that made the claim that he was going to give it back. So I would ask you, since you're making a positive claim that he said he was going to give it back, there would somewhere be a record of that, right?
Correct.
Okay, yes. Where's that?
Well, give me a minute and I will look it up. Because once again, everything else at that point would be speculation.
Nothing I've said is speculation.
What you just said was speculation. Because now you told me that he would have kept that money and then not returned it. Well, again, where's your evidence of it?
I said I've seen.
I can't give it.
I said I've seen no. I said I've seen nothing publicly that says he's going to give that money back. In fact, I saw him publicly talking about how he's having money troubles.
That's fine.
Okay, so that's not speculative.
Well, if he says it, then at that point, no, I would have to. It would still be a speculative, but I would have to take that person at their face value.
Wait, what's speculative about that?
Because again, the only person that would know it would be whichever person you're referring to. They would know.
But I'm not speculating on what he knows. I'm speculating on what he has done. Or not speculating, excuse me. I'm telling you what he's done. That's not speculation. Speculation would be. Well, I couldn't prove that. If I told you I have never said, if I told you I've never said that pink cows can fly, and you say prove it to me, and if you say prove it to me, and if you say prove it, I can't prove that. But if you make the claim that Tim Pool said, but if you make the claim that says Tim Pool said that he was going to give it back, you could prove that.
Right.
Right. You're speculating, and you don't seem to have evidence.
Why would you say that?
Because you don't seem to have evidence.
No.
Right.
But at the same time,
back to the core argument. Back to the core argument here, because you called in to say we can get back to it, like that. Nobody goes after anybody for the shirt they're wearing, which I think we both agree that people on the streets sometimes do crazy things, especially in if we're talking about like during protests. I mean, we've seen a lot of wild behavior this weekend.
And that's kind of my point to it is and I hear a lot. It's not just your platform, from many platforms, how violent the Republican Party is. what we do that is so extreme and so violent, but yet the video evidence, the physical video evidence showing what some of this stuff's being like storming the church. And I'm all for free speech. I'm all for, press and everything else. But on a public property versus a private property is two distinct things that you can't
what's the
justify.
difference? What's the difference between those people storming the church and Nick Shirley and these people in Minnesota walking into daycares?
That because the daycares that they can walk into, once they're asked to leave, they leave. And then the other ones,
That's not
once
true.
they're asked to leave,
There's plenty of videos where they didn't leave once they were inside.
but inside the actual physical building.
Yeah. There's a video. It's not Nick Shirley. It's these other guys. They're inside like this hallway, and they're like, "You need to leave." And they're like, "No, we're not leaving. We're not leaving the building." So they had to call police, and then police escorted them out. But what's the difference between what's the difference between going into a church to protest and going to a daycare? In fact, I would argue going to the daycare is far more troubling because we're talking about kids now. Now you're talking about taking your political fight where children are around.
Okay, now I want to go right back to, because the first thing that you said was Nick Shirley did this, and that would be my first thing is show me evidence of it.
Of Nick Shirley?
After that, you changed your mind. Of Nick Shirley being asked to leave and then not leaving the actual physical building of one of these daycare centers.
No, what I said originally
That
is
was
Nick.
your first
No,
statement.
my first claim was Nick Shirley and other people like Nick Shirley, because I was including everybody, have been going to Minnesota, knocking on doors, trying to go into buildings. You would admit that Nick Shirley multiple times tried to go in buildings. He had the doors slammed closed, right? They asked him to let go.
Absolutely.
He didn't. Okay. So what's the difference here?
The main difference is just that he was on private property, but when he was asked to leave or get off of that property, Nick Shirley left the property. Whereas these protesters were, when they're on a private property, were asked to leave the private property.
Great. So charge them with trespassing then. I'm fine with that. They can charge them with trespassing. I don't care.
Oh yeah, that's what not only they deserve, but yeah, that's what should be done. Now, whether it will be done or not is yet to be seen.
I don't care. I think that's part of civil. I think that's part of civil disobedience. Like part of civil disobedience is that you recognize that you might do things that are against the law. But what they're protesting is is just as unlawful. In fact, I would argue far more unlawful. Trespassing, that's a misdemeanor. They're protesting a preacher, somebody who preaches Jesus, who's out there ripping the rights away from American citizens in a town where a woman just got shot dead, where multiple people have been abused and mistreated and beaten by ICE. Fine, charge them with trespassing, but I don't care about that. I don't think that what they're doing is so terrible. I'm not going to make
and see that's
what's so terrible about it.
That's the flip side of the coin.
Bro, you guys Trump pardoned the
ICE.
J6ers. Like, you guys have literally no ground to stand on. Trump pardoned the J6ers. You guys have to shut the fuck up about trespassing unless you're also going to condemn J6 and those pardons. I'm tired of you guys asking for us to hold this moral equivalence when you stormed the fucking Capitol. Your people stormed the fucking Capitol, beat up police, broke in, damaged it, defecated on desks. All of that was worse, and they got pardoned. And for you guys to have the audacity to then be like, they went in and they yelled at a church. I'm sorry, you don't have the moral high ground here. You don't. I'm not going to condemn that while you guys refuse to condemn J6. I don't care if you prosecute them. Go for it. I don't care. But it's crazy for you to say this is a problem, but pardoning J6, that's no big deal.
And see, this is the norm right here. Not one time I've raised my voice, cursed at you, or anything else, but this is the treatment that I get.
Grow up, man. People are literally being arrested in the streets. This is an emotional time. Emotions are fine. I curse. I curse when I'm happy. I curse when I'm sad. I curse when I'm mad. I have a potty mouth. It's not an anger thing. I'm just saying, do you recognize at least the hypocrisy there to ask me now to condemn this from the party who brought you J6 and the J6 pardons?
No. Here's the difference.
You don't think that's hypocritical?
You run your mouth a lot on your platform.
You don't think that's hypocritical?
When we meet in public, I don't talk. I'm action. Cool. And that's the difference between you and I. That's the difference.
What, that you can't use your words, so you're going to punch?
Oh, no. I'll use my words. But then just like that, when you come at me aggressively and try to do
You
that
get-
stuff and go run in your mouth, the difference is I'm going to be knocking people out.
You get grumpy when people.
I'm the
you
one
get
that
grumpy.
does physical.
You get grumpy when
Oh,
people
no, I
use
do the
potty words.
physicality.
I'm gonna get.
No.
I can't handle the words, so I throw punches. Yeah, it sounds kind of like.
No, I
sounds
do
a little
the,
bitchy
I
to me.
back up.
You sound
I
like a
back up what I
toddler.
said. That's
I
all.
learned not to punch back based on words when I was in like elementary school. You didn't learn that lesson?
That's because you can't, and that's the difference.
That's because I can't punch. What? I don't have two arms here.
Correct.
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, you don't.
I don't. These aren't arms. Oh,
I
okay.
guarantee you. You can run your mouth really good on the platform, but
Well,
in
you
person,
can't.
no.
So what are you? You're just a dumb guy that punches? I can't use my words very good, but I can punch hard. Cool story, bro.
No, I use my words very well.
Not
and
very
just
well,
like that,
because
you
I just
proved my
asked you.
point
I just
for me.
asked you to explain to me how in the world I'm supposed to condemn trespassing when you won't condemn J6, and your response to that is, "If I see you in person, I'll fight you."
No, that wasn't my response at all. That was your
That
response.
was your response.
You put words in my mouth.
You said
No, not
you
at all.
said you're really tough online, but in the streets you wouldn't. In the streets, I would talk to you just like this. Is exactly what I would do, and you
And if
might
you
get
talk
mad,
to me
and you
like
might
this-
take a swing, and then you'll find out whether or not I can fight. But I don't care. Like, I'm here to have a conversation. I'm not here trying to pick a physical altercation with you.
No, and nor would I want one.
Okay, so why
But
are we talking
again,
about this? Why
press,
can't
I
you
would
just
take
address
care
what
of
I
it.
said? Why is it that I'm supposed, like, how am I supposed to take seriously the side of the aisle that on January 6th of this year, you all supported Donald Trump going up there and saying these people did nothing wrong. It was actually Capitol Police that were the problem. J6 was a walk in the park. And then you want me to condemn trespassing. No, that's silly.
No. Again, one of them is, and also with that one, public property versus private property are two totally different things.
Huh?
The Capitol building is also a public. It's supposed to be open to the public.
Not
anymore.
always.
But it hasn't been that way for.
Whoa, not always.
No, not always.
Okay.
You know what? Up until in my lifetime, I've seen it go where it's not. So correct. It used to be, but not anymore.
Okay. So that's why I should
But
condemn
which is
people
still-
shouting in a church?
No, because
Oh.
the church is private property. That's the difference.
Oh, that's why I
And
said,
when you
yeah, I'm
complain
fine.
literally and all
Listen,
these other media guys,
listen,
they're not out
legally-
there raising hell and
legally-
arguing and fighting and all that. They're
legally,
trying to
you're correct.
peacefully.
Legally, you're
peaceably
correct.
protest.
Look, legally,
That's
you're
it.
correct, but morally, I don't see a difference here. I already said trespass him, charge him. I don't care. Charge him for a crime. That's
I see
fine.
it-
But
I
don't
see a
make. But I'm
huge
not gonna.
difference
I'm
when you
not.
have a
I'm
large
never gonna
crowd
take.
going
Excuse
into
me.
a church.
Excuse me. I'm never gonna take a stance that yelling it was somehow worse than what happened on January 6th. That's crazy. Physical violence
Well, it's
is
not even
obviously
different.
worse.
Then why were they threatening church folk, which also include
What?
children?
I didn't
to
see
bring
the
to
threats.
church?
What? I might have missed it. What threats were thrown out there?
You'd have to bring it. It was the gentleman with the beard was one of them that were threatening.
What did he say?
In the church. Again, I don't have it right in front of me, so I would have
Come
to.
on.
And I'm not going to sit and
Come
watch the
on.
video.
Come on. Seriously, you don't know like generally what he said. What was the threat?
He was threatening. He was threatening one of the parishioners. That's what he was doing.
I just
And
heard.
in
I just
generic
heard him cursing. I didn't hear him threatening.
Yeah, he was, and he threatened one of the parishioners.
Okay, then
and I
charge him
believe-
too.
Well, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Stuff like that. That's the difference. That's the difference from what these podcasters that are going out and proving that there's fraudulent behavior in multiple states.
Who? Which
Multiple different
podcaster
levels
proved
of
that?
fraud.
Which podcaster proved that?
Nick Shirley's one.
Okay, tell me the evidence that he presented.
Well, every single place that he was going to, there was not any children present at any of those facilities at any
How do you
given
know?
time.
How do you know?
Again, well, one of them is rocket science. If you go up to a place that's snow plowed and they've got fresh dusting of snow and you don't see any footprints, there's nothing there. Again, it's not a rocket scientist to figure out, well, nobody's going
Were
in
they
or out of the
open at
building
that? Were
within
they
a
open at that
amount of
time?
You know what? Their hours weren't open at that time. No, they weren't.
Oh, so what's the fraud here? So a store that was closed or a daycare that was closed didn't have kids there. That's fraud?
But see, now we're both.
No, excuse me. Is
speculating,
that the
because
fraud?
You can't speculate.
Is that the fraud?
No, the fraud is there's no kids. The fraud is there's no kids. They're getting government.
Yeah, but it was outside of business hours, right? So while it's not open, there were no kids there, and that's fraud?
Yeah, well, absolutely could be. Yeah.
How could that be fraud?
Absolutely.
Under what scenario would that be fraud?
Just like he said, there was many of those buildings that had the snow and stuff
No,
piled up,
stay
and it
on
looks like for
specifically.
weeks.
Specifically, how would that be fraud?
That is specific. That's just like a cop trying to figure out a crime and the guy's dusting for prints and stuff. You can't be like, oh, that's speculative.
No.
You can't do that. The guy's actually doing evidence.
What's
and
the crime?
That's one of the evidence.
What's the crime?
Well, the crime is the kids not being there, and if they're not being there, they're collecting money for the kids.
Why would kids be there when
fraud.
why would kids be there when it's closed?
Again, try to follow me.
Yeah, try and follow
Try
me.
to follow me.
I'm asking you questions. You're struggling.
Yes, and I'm trying to answer the question, but you can't follow me.
Okay, so there's no footprints.
So for instance,
when kids aren't there, so it's fraud.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
Oh,
so
okay.
if you show up to a business,
how's that going to hold up in court?
Well, this is how it works. This is how it works because you don't get much snow down there.
I was born and raised in Utah, same state as Nick Shirley. I grew up with snow my whole life.
Bad about the snow then. So when people walk through it, it'll leave footprints. And with those footprints, you can tell if someone's been there or not. So with those
parking lot? In a parking lot?
Absolutely in a parking lot. Correct. Because the parking lot should be shoveled and snowed so that vehicles can come in and out.
How come the next day when cars were there and kids were walking, there was still snow on the parking lot?
Well, yeah, because they have to go through in Minnesota, they get a lot of snow, so they have to do it very, very often. But when you show up and it's not done,
outside of business hours, outside of business hours.
But it doesn't matter, business hours or not.
Well, what would the evidence? Why would no footprints mean that it's fraud?
Because have you ever walked through the snow then, being from
I
Utah?
have, so but you can only walk through the snow when you can only walk through snow that you're present for, right? So, for example, in Utah, when I was going to work, if I was to work from 9 to 5 in Utah, and somebody showed up at my job at 7 a.m. and I wasn't there yet, and they said, "Look, no footprints, fraud," I would say, that's really fucking stupid. Which is the argument you're making, that there should be footprints.
But they can see your footprints from the night before, especially with hundreds of people.
Wait, how do you know that's not new snow? Wait, excuse me. Wait, how do you know that's not new snow? Because just a second ago, when I said the next day when people showed up and there was snow on the ground, you said it should have been plowed. But I said the next day people showed up and there was snow on the ground. You said because it snows a lot. How do you know it didn't just snow the night before? How do you know that's not fresh snow and nobody's been there yet?
Rocket science, you can tell a fresh
Nobody's
powder
asking
from
for
the
rocket science, pal.
Well, you should be if you're going to try to investigate something. You should be asking
if it snowed in between the time it closed the day before and nobody has returned. Why would there be footprints?
This is where we all look at stuff from different sides of the coin.
You look at this. You look at the side where there's no fucking evidence. This is silly.
No, I look at the physical evidence, and you guys look at imaginary evidence of like, he went there at 5 minutes before they were supposed to be open.
3 hours before they were supposed to be open. 3 hours. No, 4. Yeah, 3. Wait, hold on. Excuse me. You have to get your data right. 3 hours before they were open. Don't lie. Don't lie to these people. 3 hours before they were open, right?
Day when the news crew showed
3 hours before they were open, right?
They're
3 hours before they were open, right? You have to acknowledge this fact before I let you continue.
Yeah.
3 hours before, right?
I'll be honest, I don't know because I did not research to know the exact time.
Oh, you didn't watch it?
Of course I watched it.
Oh, you didn't watch Nick Shirley's interview with Andrew Callahan when he said this? You didn't see Nick Shirley's interview with CNN when he said this? Oh, okay. Sounds like you don't have a lot of facts here.
No. Do I have every fact of every show? No, I don't.
You seem to have seem to have almost no facts. I seem to have all of them, and you seem to have none
you got
of them.
all the facts, though.
Yeah.
None of the physical evidence, just all the facts.
You don't have physical evidence.
What? They've got physical evidence in his videos.
What's the physical evidence in the video?
The footprints and the snowplows and stuff.
That's not physical evidence.
Physical footprints and stuff as snow is not any type of physical evidence.
No, not if they're closed.
What planet? Oh, okay. So if they leave a fingerprint on something, you can't dust a print a day later. That's not physical.
Well, like you said earlier, snow falls every day. That's why earlier you said that's why the parking lot was covered in snow, is because they had obviously plowed it, but then it snowed again. Because snow, and I don't know if you know this, you probably don't get much snow where you're at, but where I grew up, snow didn't just come once a season. it would snow one day, and then sometimes it would snow the next day, and then sometimes it would be a week, and then sometimes it would snow a bunch. A lot of times I would go out and shovel my driveway, and by the time I was done with my driveway, it had already snowed over the top. I had to start again. You couldn't even see my footprints. It had been 20 minutes. So it seems like what you're offering as physical evidence is nonsense. Nick didn't uncover any fraud. Just to be clear, lots of people have uncovered fraud. Fraud exists there. But if you're a person who thinks Nick Shirley uncovered fraud, then you don't understand evidence. You don't understand what fraud is. And you don't understand what constitutes fraud. Because the evidence that Nick gave is, here's a place, here's how much money they've been given, and right now I can't see kids in there. That doesn't show fraud. That alone would not be a case that showed fraud. You take that before a judge and they'll dismiss it.
They didn't uncover it there. They didn't uncover it in Washington. They didn't cover it in Ohio. All that stuff's just all coincidental.
Nick didn't uncover any of that. This stuff's been uncovered for years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Go look. Go look. They've been covering this all year. I covered this 3 months ago. I covered it before Nick did. You can go look
Where's your evidence?
Go look at my YouTube channel. I post every video every day. You can go back and you can watch it.
Evidence of the fraud that you covered 3 months ago.
The evidence of the fraud, it was actual court cases. So the fraud that's going on in Minnesota, the way that most of these cases are caught, is these places are actually legitimate places of business. But what they're doing is, let's say, like Nick showed, let's say that they have a capacity for 40, right? And they're billing the government for 38 kids. But then when they're audited, they show that they only have like 12 or 15 kids there every day. All of these are legitimate businesses, and they're overbilling the government.
Correct. Which is fraud.
Right, but that's not what Nick uncovered. Nick didn't take that step. Nick didn't take that next logical step of, let's figure out how many children. Stop talking over me, please. Thank you. Nick didn't take the next step of, let's figure out how many children were at the Leering Center and how much they're billing for. That would have proved fraud. Nick quit and went home. He did no investigation. He just wants to point at Somalis, and that worked for you. You didn't require information because you were like, oh, Somalis.
Actually, the gentleman that was with him had the data, and he shows the data, in which he's also offering $100,000 for anybody that could disprove it to him. So, man, you're good enough and smart enough.
Disprove what?
Of them to disprove that they're fraudulent.
I think that there was fraud. I covered the fraud. There is fraud there. Why the fuck would I try and disprove him?
So then why are you trying to say there's no fraud?
I said hold on. This is where you guys this is where you all fuck up. Because this is a team sport for you. What I said is Nick Shirley didn't uncover fraud. I've said repeatedly that there's a lot of fraud. Nick Shirley didn't uncover it, and you don't seem to know what evidence of fraud is. Nick didn't do anything other than highlight Somalis. The real journalists, real detectives, real politicians, they've all been covering this. There's 95 people who have been charged. None of it connected to Nick Shirley. Not one bit of it was connected to Nick Shirley. The only reason Nick Shirley's video got any viewership at all is because it came out on the same day as the Epstein files were released, and Elon Musk and all these right-wingers amplified, or not the day it was released, the day it was supposed to be released, and all these right-wingers amplified the fuck out of it, and they made it the only story. So you found out about it on that day. We all knew about it months ago.
No, I've known about it for months. He's the only one that was able to physically unveil it and prove it. Wait, hold on. There was a local CBS outlet that a year before Nick did. They did exactly what Nick did, except for they called ahead, they set appointments, they went to the locations, they highlighted, here's what they say that they've been paid for, here's how much money they got, and they sat down with the owners of those different daycares, and they highlighted all the different times that people have been caught with fraud. Nick copied what they did, but then he left out all the real journalist stuff. Somebody did Nick's thing a year ago. He copied it. But he didn't even get to go in. Nobody wanted to talk to him. So Nick did nothing. Well, hell no. They didn't want to uncover any of the fraud.
Well, why'd they talk to CBS? Why'd they talk to CBS?
Because they knew that they weren't going to do anything. No one's going to do anything.
multiple companies from that CBS interview got prosecuted.
Excuse me?
Multiple companies that CBS covered got prosecuted later.
Again, guess what? It wasn't near enough, was it?
Well, which of these companies have been prosecuted because of Nick Shirley?
Yep. And until any of these loopholes are
Which ones?
I'm sorry?
Which of these companies have now been prosecuted because of Nick Shirley?
At the moment, currently, that I am aware of, none.
Okay, so maybe perhaps we should wait to judge whether or not Nick Shirley did good journalism on if he uncovered anything, which he clearly hasn't yet, and if he led to more prosecutions, which hasn't happened yet. Why are you celebrating this so early, like he did something?
Because he brought it to light.
Be honest.
What everyone does
be honest.
is up.
No, be honest. No, be honest. Why are you really celebrating this?
Because at least he brought it to light. And if anybody
Try
else
again.
is
Try again. Why are you really celebrating this?
Don't cut me off again.
I'll cut you off whenever I want to. It's my show. Brother, you've been cutting me off repeatedly. Toughen up.
No. Bullshit.
Yeah. Now what he's about to do, he's going to crash out because I'm asking questions.
No.
Why did
you?
You just okay? So let me ask you this then.
You're not happy with
you don't
question,
like.
So you're.
Let me ask you this question.
So
you don't like
drilling me.
You don't like this type of. You don't like this type of fraud, right? You're just against fraud, right? That's why you're against what happened. It has nothing to do with Somalis, right?
No.
Okay,
exactly.
gotcha. So let me ask you this then. When Trump pardoned, excuse me.
If it's fraudulent against the government and against us with my taxpayer money, yeah, I'm pissed.
So where's your criticism about Trump pardoning somebody who did the exact same thing and not requiring them to pay it back?
Yeah, I'm pissed.
Who is
that?
it?
Pisses me off.
Who is it?
I have no idea.
How much did they steal?
I'm going to guess it was close to $1 billion.
Why don't you?
I can't remember the general.
That's weird. Why do you think you don't know the details of this?
No, I know that it was close to $1 billion.
I know, but why do you think you don't know the name or where it was?
I can't remember the gentleman's name off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up.
Okay. Why do you think he got pardoned?
Possibly. I don't know. It's got something to do with Trump, I'm sure.
Why do you think MAGA's not talking about this? Why is Nick Shirley not talking about this?
Well, because this was back in 2000 and I don't know, it's like 25 years ago.
25 years ago that he was pardoned?
No, 25 years ago that he had committed the crime.
Right, but obviously he had to pay that back, and now he doesn't have to pay that back. So we've lost that money, right?
Well, no, it's not on the front line. It's not on the headlines. So it's not in everyone's.
Yeah, why?
Because right now we're talking billions and billions of dollars.
Was it a headline at the time?
Huh?
Was it a headline at the time? Did it get anywhere near this type of attention?
No, but social media is not the.
Why do you think it didn't get this much attention?
Because it's 25 years later. The media is not the same.
Who's Amy Bach?
Amy Bach. I can't remember off the top of my head.
She did some Medicare fraud. Why do you think that they're not talking about that? Specifically, this same type of fraud that Nick Shirley's talking about. Why do you think you don't know that name?
Again, for me, it's irrelevant.
Why?
As far as because of the amount.
What do you mean?
The amount of money.
What do you mean?
The amount of money involved.
Okay, in Minnesota?
I have no idea where it was, to be honest.
Okay. Are you aware that she is the ringleader of this fraud that's happened in Minnesota and she's a white lady?
No, I had no idea.
Weird. Why do you think Nick didn't bring that up?
Oh, I have no idea.
Why do you think Nick keeps talking about Somalis but not Amy Bach?
And again, they can talk about whoever they want.
The question was, why does Nick Shirley and the rest of you talk about Somalis but not Amy Bach?
Oh, I have no idea, because it probably doesn't fit a narrative of what they're trying to raise. And
what narrative?
A racial narrative, I'm sure.
Do you think that that's what they're trying to do?
If I had to speculate, no, it fits a narrative of the amount of ICE and everything going on. It would probably help Trump's side as far as getting a radical right to agree with, hey, we got to deport more and more people.
So we're pointing out.
If I had to guess.
Yeah. So Nick.
That's what it would be.
So Nick and nobody on the right reports on the ringleader. because she's a white lady, and instead talks about Somalis. And by the way, most of these Somalis are legal citizens of this country. Kind of seems,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, kind of seems xenophobic, doesn't it?
No.
No. What is it then? If it's not xenophobic,
I'll tell you what. Right now, I don't care. Again, I don't care what race, what
I know
religion.
you don't. I'm asking you to speculate, and that's fair. But I'm asking you to speculate on all these right wingers who aren't mentioning the name Amy Bach.
I already told you, it most likely fits his narrative of if he's on a mass deportation to help cover a deportation of, hey, let's get that off the front page.
But
this on the front page.
most Somalis aren't here illegally. In fact, the overwhelming majority aren't. They came here with protected status. Most of these people are citizens. So it wouldn't really have anything to do with So it wouldn't have anything to do with like deporting illegal immigrants, right?
They started in the 90s coming.
Right, but so it doesn't have anything to do with deporting illegal immigrants, right?
What, the fraud, or because of the fact that they don't bring it up on the front page?
The fact that they keep pointing to Somalis, but they never bring up Amy Bach.
Well, and I think another reason that they do is just because of it's the percentages. The percentage of the businesses are owned by Somali. So
which you would expect in a Somali community, right? In a heavily Somali community, if you did this same percentage, all the businesses in these Somali communities are majority owned by Somalis. All businesses are. Okay, so why do you think we're targeting this specific community where it looks to me like a white lady saw an opportunity to commit some fraud, and she chose people who originally weren't from here, maybe hoping that they didn't understand our laws, and possibly took advantage of the Somali community? Why do you think it is then that Republicans are hell-bent on blaming Somalis and connecting it to Ilhan Omar?
Oh, no, believe me, there's a whole messload of us. I'm not hell-bent on Somalis. If they're guilty, absolutely, get them.
I'm not asking about you. I'm asking about the Republicans, right?
Omar, I'm asking all of them.
Right, but you're a free thinker. I'm asking you about these Republicans. I'm asking you about Nick Shirley, this wonderful journalist who left out who the ringleader was. Now, you think Nick Shirley would leave out the ringleader if that ringleader was a Somali person?
Well, and again, just because...
No, just what do you think? Just what do you think? Do you think if the ringleader was a Somali, do you think that Nick Shirley would have named the name?
If he would add evidence of it, absolutely.
Well, we have evidence. We already know who that is, right? He has plenty of evidence against Amy Bach didn't mention the name.
No, he didn't.
But if Amy Bach happened to be Somali, do you think? No, I'm just wondering if Amy Bach was Somali. I'm just asking an opinion. If Amy Bach was Somali, do you think that Nick Shirley would have mentioned the name?
Again, that's all speculative. I don't know.
I know. I'm asking you to speculate.
Yeah, most likely then yes. If I had to speculate, I'd say he probably would have.
So that's our criticism of Nick Shirley. Our criticism is not, and this is what I wish that this is why I struggle having these conversations with everybody, is because we're 30, 40 minutes in, and we're now to the commonplace. And it takes a long time for the left and the right to get to a commonplace. And that's been I've made a bunch of videos about Nick Shirley. I clipped them. And without fail, the argument against me is, why do you support fraud? But clearly both you and I don't support fraud. Clearly both you and I don't support crime. But for some reason, there is this reaction when I criticize Nick Shirley, because what Nick Shirley did was not conclusive journalism. I wouldn't call it good journalism. I wouldn't call it journalism. And then he directly pointed people at Somalis. And now you have people all throughout Minnesota in these Somali neighborhoods going door to door and going to daycares and demanding they be let in. What he did is horrific. It has led, the effects of what he has done is leading to men, women, and children who are law-abiding citizens overwhelmingly being harassed where their kids are just trying to be while they're out working. That's my criticism.
And
we should be able to agree on that Nick Shirley did something bad.
I agree. I don't agree what he did was horrific, but I do agree that now it's causing a bunch of undue stress for a lot of other people.
Fair enough. Maybe he didn't know it was going to lead to this. It did, but maybe he didn't know. Is that fair?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Maybe he didn't know it would lead to this, but it did. Is that fair? Maybe I
would have to agree with that one. I bet you if he knew what he knew now, he might have done it in a different manner. or released it in a different manner. I would like to believe that in my heart.
And this is why I'm frustrated, and I think this is where we get sidelined every single day, is it takes a remarkable amount of work to reach across the aisle and get somebody to agree on basic facts. And it's taken about 30 minutes for you and I to agree on something. That's troubling.
And basic decency and basic humanity.
Right.
That much. And that is one of the reasons. And again, I don't consider myself like a radical right or any of this stuff. I'm an average Joe. I have voted both Democratic and Republican throughout my life. I'm an independent, but I also do what I think is correct and what is right. And there's a lot of times that's one of the reasons I watch your show. And that's a lot of the reasons I don't agree with over 50% of what you say. But again, I like situations like this where I can talk and go, look, let's put an olive branch out, agree to disagree on some stuff, but on some of the other moralities, we have to, your platform especially, you have a lot of persuasion with a lot of people. And all I ask is, even with those people, is like, hey, on occasion, you have to put some stuff aside and go, look, we need to put an olive branch out, sit down. On some stuff, agree to disagree. But then when we do get a meeting point, let's build off of this. Let's build off of this. And I'm not asking to be in 100% of compliance or agreement, but we have to start somewhere. If we don't, your kids, my kids, they're in a lot of trouble as the future keeps going if nobody can find any type of common ground. Because what used to be the granite has slowly turned into loose dirt, which is quickly becoming quicksand as we grow older in our life.
But what you
do with your platform is on you, because you're a very powerful person. Whether you know it or not, you touch a lot of people. So keep that in mind. You have a lot of responsibility with every podcast that you do, with the right, the left.
I appreciate you saying that, but here's where I'm at, and I'll just be fully transparent with you. I agree that historically, people that do what I do, and probably me, you could probably find tons of examples. Sometimes the news is slow. Sometimes we make a bigger deal out of things than we should in order to get clicks. I'm sure you could find me doing that. Fair enough. But where I'm concerned now, and why I'm as hyperbolic maybe as I am now, why I'm as emotional as I am now, is I was raised by conservative parents. I learned the same history you did. I watched the same movies. There's never been a scenario in the history of the world where masked people from the government out in the streets, arresting people, physically assaulting people, throwing them in detention centers. Oftentimes, every day, there's a story of somebody's family who can't find somebody who was stolen from or taken from them from the streets. And we have a president who no longer listens to the courts, willfully defies court orders. We have a Congress who does absolutely nothing. And I'm looking at history, and I'm looking at this time period, and I'm saying that in America, this has never happened before. And I do feel like the right wing of this country is closing their eyes and pretending this isn't happening. We can disagree on policy all we want, but to look at what's happening right now, to watch the open defiance of courts, the open defiance of laws, the open defiance of rights, and to just keep plugging along as if this isn't an authoritarian takeover. But because some of us, you and I probably get the benefit of being white, that it doesn't directly affect us, it's easy for us to pretend it's not happening, but it's happening. And I don't know what we can do to get MAGA to just say, we got to get back to a time when the president was beholden to the law, and we are no longer there.
No, and again, there's some of it that I agree with and some of it that I disagree with. But yes, we are definitely in that point in time. It's a pivotal point in our history. So and every one of us are make decisions.
Yeah, and that's my frustration. Is how the fuck do we get people to, like, I agree. There's a lot of people that have different politics than I do, that I talk with regularly, my entire family. How in the world do we get some sort of pressure on Trump then to start following the law and to not be authoritarian?
You know what? You can't do it, and you got to do it in any other manner of what we've historically done, and that is When I've got issues, I get with as many people as I can. We don't go out into the streets. I don't carry firearms. I don't do all the shit I know.
Wait, but that's historically the only thing that's ever worked. Historically, the only thing that has ever worked is people going to the streets.
My fear is it's going to hit that point within the next decade. That's my fear.
We're there. But this is the thing, like, Republicans are telling people not to be in the streets. You called in to criticize about people protesting at a church. You're protesting in defense of an authoritarian regime. Like you're
on the flip side,
like, I'm sorry, I just don't think if you went back through history and you looked at authoritarian regimes who were overthrown, I don't think you would spend any time being like, oh, you know, those protesters really overstepped their bounds.
but as I also look at it, when you look at what's been going on, again, just open your eyes with some of the videos that are going on with just now random people, random just everyday citizens are being attacked in Minnesota in fear of their ICE, which is going to grow. It's going to exponentially, it's going to increase. And again, we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. If something's not done to cool it off on either side, it's going to progressively get so much worse so fast.
But you understand, on one side, we have the government. Right?
Yes.
I can't protest other people. I have no expectation that what I say has any effect. I can protest the government. I can only protest the government's role in this. And that's all you can do too. But I'm very frustrated, and I'm going to show like I watched a whole hearing yesterday from Republicans, and every Republican without fail in this hearing said, why are the Democrats not criticizing the protesters? Because that's not what you do. We don't criticize citizens. We criticize the government. We write laws for the government. When the government breaks the law, that's the role of Congress. The role of Congress is not to admonish people. It's not to say, like, hey, you protesters are bad. But the Republicans in this country have bent over and they are unwilling to acknowledge what is happening in our streets. And they are demonizing the protesters. And I'm just looking back at history, never once have you had this type of protest where the protesters were wrong? They're always right. So I just gotta ask my Republican friends, like, what's it gonna take? What the fuck are you waiting for?
I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to find. I'm with you. I don't know what the hell to do, but that's my fear is that this is going to end in. It's going to end in violence. That's where it's going to end.
It's violent already. People are missing. People have died in ICE custody.
But we haven't seen anything yet.
Right. And I think that the reason that we haven't seen anything yet, and the reason that it keeps escalating, is because the right in this country is either apathetic or they're defending it.
Correct. Or a 50-50, a combination of the two. I would have to agree with that. For the most part, you're right.
So that's all I would say. Like, you have a voice that's impactful, however far you might go to. Like, you got to go after the people on the right. You got to get them on board with you. This can end with pressure. It can end non-violently, but we do have to remember that the people who wrote Project 2025, which is where this plan comes from, they legitimately said, this will be bloodless if the left allows it. Meaning, we're going to do this whether you like it or not. And it will be bloody unless you just take it. And it seems that there's a lot of people in this country willing to allow fascism to happen to deport some people.
No, I agree.
All right. Oh, man, it was good talking to you. I'm glad we got to that point. I appreciate it.
And again, thanks. Just keep it up, and please don't lose sight. You have a lot of people that watch and take a lot of what you have to say to heart. Please just be cautious of what you really put out there for everyone.
Fair enough. I think that's fair. All right, brother. Have a good one.
Yeah.
See ya.
You too. Bye.
All right, we're back. Let me some comments. Amy Lynn said, caller, I know many of us ladies on the left are going to the range to practice Be Afraid. MT Clark said, #1 star. Amy said he was going to fight you. Yeah, look, men are emotional. We're emotional creatures. I generally don't take like a threat of a fight seriously. I think that sometimes we get stuck and we want to fight. We got to be better as men. Don B. Dumpy said they are registered as a day facility. That's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., not 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. I don't know if that's true or not. School gets out at 2. They're an after-school daycare. I don't know how they're registered, but even if they are supposed to be open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., they're not. So it still wouldn't change anything. Chelsea said if churches are now open game for ICE, then they are open to protesters. I did look that up earlier. I've seen that ICE has like used church parking lots. I don't know that I have seen any examples of ICE going directly into churches. If somebody knows of one, let me know. But I did look that up earlier because I wanted to see. I had the same exact thought. Like if you're going to be mad at protesters, but ICE has gone into churches, then you can't be upset. But I couldn't find any examples of ICE going into a church, so I'm not sure. Amy said, prove zero fraud. That's why zero charges by Pam Bondi or Doge. Great point. Domby Dumpy said the left is organizing a walkout and congressional walk-in today at 3 p.m. How do I not know about that? And also the FACE Act. Joel, thanks for the super chat there. Tanya as well. Rich said, fuck ICE. Amy Lynn said, why didn't Doge or Pam Bondi file any fraud charges if there was all this fraud? Yeah, they're not going to. It was a distraction. It's clear at this point that it was a distraction. They knew what they were doing. They didn't want us talking about Epstein. C-Bob said, who's this noob? Mom Donnie is saving me like 20K. Okay, I got that one. Caught up. Let's check here. Mom Donnie's doing great, by the way. Can we just point that out? That Mom Donnie on day one is just going in and getting his agenda done. I think it's a lesson for all politicians, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. Mom Donnie is one of the few people who had an agenda and went in immediately and just started getting shit done. A lot of politicians win and then they just rest and they don't do shit. But whether you like what Mom Donnie's doing or not, he's getting shit done. Who's Nick Sorter? Nick Sorter is a right-wing journalist. Is that who the guy was talking about that was just beat up for wearing an American hoodie? Is that who he's talking about? I know who Nick Sorter is. I don't remember exactly what he's done. I see him on Twitter all the time. He's one of those people that goes out and puts himself in positions that, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I don't think that I'm not pro-assault. I'm never going to advocate for assaulting, but I also am not going to spend much time having pity for people who go out and antagonize and then get punched in the face by another citizen. Now, if the government's punching them in the face, then I'm going to have a problem with that because the government, law enforcement, they have a different standard, and we pay them to protect us. So if somebody goes out and antagonizes a regular citizen and they get, they're yelling at them and they get pepper sprayed, I'm probably not going to cover that. But if somebody goes out and they're antagonizing a government official and they're just yelling at them and the government official pepper sprays them, at that point, now it's a First Amendment problem because the government doesn't get to silence you and they can't go back at you because they don't like your words. It's two different things. It's wearing a hoodie must be in a gang. That's right. Ty said, I got that one. Danny said to flush this turd. Heather said, U.S. flag coat should never be worn as apparel. That's true. Just to be clear, I'm not the stupid Tony. Got that one for Tony. Let's see if I missed any from Jen here. Let's go here. Amber said, Trump has pardoned many who committed Medicare fraud. That's true. Daniel said, can you read my comment this time? Gotcha, Daniel. Did I miss it last time? Sarah Beth said, appreciative of you too. Always wish I could send more. Thank you. Peter said, for calling out the cucks. Got that one. Thank you, Jennifer. I think we're all caught up. And I'll change this. And then we're good. All right, let's get back to Scott Jennings. Because I think, with respect to that last caller, I think things ended well. But what I'm realizing, the more when I'm able to talk to MAGA, is that they really don't have arguments. This seems to be just like an emotional response to the stuff Trump does. And when you press them on their actual grievances, they have a hard time explaining what the grievance is.
What is the one thing that you're advocating for that you want to see happen?
I think we're not arguing about politics as usual anymore. I think there's a war on the future of the West. I think Western civilization hangs in the balance. I think Elon is right about
Trump's doing a briefing? God damn it.
Who's fighting the West? The East?
No, the West. The West is the civilization that has given us everything from the Bible to the university to the Constitution.
But who's against the West?
Well, let's see. How about the terrorists in the Middle East? How about the people who think the United States of America was a rotten, failed experiment, needs to be ripped out root and branch?
Who said?
That's that's Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen. They're the ones that said democracy is a failed experiment and we should get rid of it. It's weird that he can't identify who his enemies are. Nobody on the left that's prominent is saying that, but lots of people on the right are saying that. So it's weird that he identifies that as a threat and then ascribes it to people on the left or the east, I guess.
How about people who believe that we should have mass migration from all over the world and no borders? How about
Again, nobody advocated for that.
What idea is that?
the left right now?
The
That is-
left?
that is
What's
their,
the-
that
what's
is their
all over
project.
the world here?
That is their project.
Really? Do they say we want everyone here in America?
Yeah, pretty much that's what they run on.
In a debate, they say
They
everyone
got
should come here?
They have senators going to El Salvador to have Mai Tais and Yahtzee with MS-13 gangbangers that we deported.
This is my favorite one. This is such a fucking lie. One, not a gangbanger, not an MS-13 gang member. In fact, the Justice Department has dropped that charge. They have no evidence this person is a member of a gang. Two, the reason they're sitting at this table is because Bukele set it up. And three, they set up margaritas, which now they're calling, Scott Jennings is calling them Mai Tais, which, sorry, that's not a Mai Tai, with cherries. Because everybody knows you have margaritas with cherries. And Van Hollen has said, like, these were staged. We were talking, and they came and set those there. And they made one of them look like, in front of Abrego Garcia, look like he had drank some of it. He was going down to interview him at CCOT for his unlawful detention, which, by the way, was unconstitutional. The courts ruled that they had to bring him back. So Scott Jennings is like, I can't believe this guy went down and sat with somebody who was illegally deported. That's his argument. He gets every fact of this incorrect and then says this is the problem. Not the government who unlawfully detained and deported a man and put him in a torture prison. That's not the problem. The problem was that this guy talked to him. And that's where we're at. Simply talking to an immigrant is a worse crime than ICE unlawfully detaining and shipping somebody off into a torture prison. That's the argument that we're having with Scott Jennings right now. It's okay for him to be tortured, but he can't talk to him. This is the real evil is him talking to him.
Nazi with MS-13 gangbangers that we deported. Yeah, that's pretty much what they
They
run
go
on
on vacation with the MS-13?
Yeah.
I thought it's to look at the
They go on, he's such a fucking liar. They go on vacation with MS-13? Yeah. Okay.
that scary prison place where everyone has to sit on
Did
the
you
floor.
not see the picture? They're having margaritas.
They had a drink?
Yes. Van Hollen is having drinks with Kilmer Abrego Garcia. This is what they run on.
He knows. The thing that sucks about Scott Jennings is he's not dumb. You guys are dumb. The people he talks to are dumb. So he talks to you like you're dumb because he knows you're not going to check any of this shit. But he's not dumb. He knows he's fucking lying right now. He knows exactly how this happened. Van Hollen was like, I'm going to go down to CCOT. And then Bukele's like, fuck, he cannot go into CCOT. So Bukele moved him to a different prison. And then they brought him into this restaurant. Van Hollen had no choice where to meet him. That's where they chose to bring him. He knows it. He just knows that you guys are either dumb or you don't care. He's playing a role. He's an actor. He doesn't even view himself as somebody who's supposed to tell the truth. He specifically thinks he's an actor.
Oh, the guy that got deported.
Yeah, well, he's back now.
He had a drink with him?
Yes.
That's a weak one, bro.
Dude, look it up.
No, that is a stretch.
It's not a stretch.
A guy
He
had a
literally-
drink with a guy that was deported.
Yes, a senator, a U.S. senator, went to El Salvador on taxpayer money to show his
All right, Jen, will you find the briefing?
fidelity
the
with these
prison-
illegal
that,
aliens.
That prison is a scary place. No?
They weren't in the prison. They were at a dinner table.
But you saw pictures of that prison. It's scary.
Was it?
I'm not saying that.
It's not scary for me.
I'm
to
not
send
talking
people
about.
there.
You think it's cool?
Yeah, it's not scary for me. Yeah, no shit. You're not the one that was sent there unjustly.
That prison?
I think deporting illegal aliens is what the American people voted for last year.
Yeah, what color's a Mai Tai, by the way? He keeps saying Mai Tais. What? I've never drank. Maybe I've drank a Mai Tai. What color is it?
We're fighting illiberalism right now in the world. There is a whole bunch of people out there who have given up on speech.
Orange? Okay. Yeah, so those weren't Mai Tais. We're fighting. Now they're just openly saying, like, they're just telling you that you're in a war. This is exactly what Hitler did. Exactly what Hitler did. He said, we're in a war against liberalism. We're in a war against socialism. We're in a war against communism. And then he immediately started rounding people up and putting them in concentration camps. And the people around him kind of justified it. And the parliament was just like, they just took it. They just bent over. They're like, fine, just do it. We're going to look the other way. Like, at this point in the presidency, it's almost step by step. They tell you that there's this war against something that none of you can fucking define. And you're like, oh yeah, it must be true. it sure must be true that we're in a war against liberalism, socialism, communism. Hitler was not a socialist. I'm tired of you guys saying that. If Hitler was a socialist, by the way, you have the Democratic Socialist Party, and what Hitler did from the German Workers' Party is he recognized that a lot of these people, that their values on like having an ethno-state were more important to them than like socialist values. And so those people came over. They were more nationalist than they were socialist. So they were with Hitler. But like Hitler spoke openly daily in his speeches about how the enemy were the socialists and the communists and the Marxists. So it's a really weird thing for you guys to come in here and be like, actually, he was a socialist. Well, if he was, then he gave really fucking confusing speeches because he always railed against socialists and Marxists and communists. So for a guy who was all of those things, it was very confusing. Kind of like how Trump rails against socialism now, but he keeps taking like public stakes in these privately held companies. But socialism's bad. Let me have some of your company. It is similar. It's very confusing. He's the only president that I can think of that has done this in the United States. That's far more socialist than anything Joe Biden or Barack Obama did. But to you guys, socialism is just the left. I don't think any of you seem to know what it means, and you're easily convinced by some shit you saw on Twitter.
Given up on debate. It's this illiberal, undemocratic views.
Who's giving up on speeches? Just
I just think there is. I think there are people, actors in our politics, and I'm not saying it's fully confined to one side, but there's a lot of illiberalism out there when it comes to speech and debate, and it's one of the reasons I do the job that I do.
You guys don't like free speech either.
We love free speech.
No, you guys like banned Harry Potter and shit in
Did
schools. Yeah, you're like, it's too scary to have Harry Potter.
I love
in
J.K. You guys are trying to ban the person who wrote it.
What do you mean, you guys?
Well,
I love Harry Potter.
If you're gonna,
I watch all those movies every Christmas, which I celebrate now.
You like J.K. Rowling?
I don't care. I don't think everything has to be politicized.
A lot of people on the internet don't like it.
You guys do ban like.
By the way, people that don't like J.K. Rowling don't like her because of her stances on trans people. People who banned Harry Potter did it because they thought it was like anti-Christian. Like there's a difference between these two things. I grew up in a house that couldn't read Harry Potter. I didn't read it till I was older. Now my mom was completely changed her views on that. She would probably say that didn't happen, but it was true. I couldn't wear masks for Christmas, Halloween, excuse me, because that was satanic. My Eve 6 CD got thrown away because she didn't know what the proboscis on the fly's mouth was doing. She thought it was maybe vaguely sexual. We obviously bought into AC/DC means Antichrist, devil, cult, or whatever it meant. Like all the dumb shit that you believe. That's how I was raised.
Books and stuff like
Do
that.
we?
Yeah, like
What books? Porn for children. We'll ban
saying
that.
gay in a school, you're not allowed to say it or something. Who fucking cares? I mean, like,
who cares about whether little school children get pornography in their library?
Porno?
I mean,
Who's got porno in libraries?
You'd be surprised.
Scott, come on. Scott.
Brother.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. How come he's the best at it? But when you ask Republicans about this stuff that they think is happening, and you say, give me an example, it's always, come on. Come on, man. Come on, just believe me. You'd be surprised. I would be surprised. All right, what's Trump saying? God damn it. What do we got to say? What is this?
The idea of men
saying?
playing in
Let's
women's sport.
rewind.
Oh,
we're on trans people.
What we've produced, all page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished.
It's like accomplishments. I brought all these papers that you can't see. These, just trust us. These are our accomplishments. All right.
But we've done more than
He's here to brag.
any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say
Got to speed this old bitch up.
my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people, and these are just some of the more recent ones that we have, and I can show you some of the people, vicious, many of them murderers.
Okay, look, this is what Republicans did in the hearing, too. And I just want to say, if this is compelling for you, go fuck yourself. Like, you're a fucking idiot. It doesn't matter. If they have got 1 million, he could have a stack of 1 million people that were criminals. That still doesn't justify going after people who aren't. The criticism is not that you're not getting criminals. The criticism is all of the other shit that you're doing. And this is who the Republicans have become under Donald Trump is, don't criticize us. Why don't you cheerlead us more? We don't cheerlead politicians. That's not the job of the constituency. Our job is to criticize them. Our job is to ask them to do better. Our job is not to be up there and like publicly fillet you. I'm sorry that nobody's giving you your consolation prize, Trump. Our bad. Why? It's not the government's role. It's not the people's role. What he's saying is, hey, we've done good things, so overlook all the crazy shit that's going on. No. If you care about rights, if you care about the freedoms that you enjoy, criticize. If you don't, then don't. But this isn't compelling. And this is what all Republicans are doing now, just closing their eyes and saying like, oh, only celebrate the things that we like and ignore everything else. That's what that last caller we had, like, I think that's where we ended, that we shouldn't do this. We shouldn't be up here like just jacking this dude off. He's a big boy. He doesn't need praise. We don't need to cheerlead him. When they do this, when the government does something that's wrong, we should talk about it. And they just bring up these pictures. Look, bad people. Look, bad brown people. It's okay that Renee Good's dead. Look. No, it's not compelling.
These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people?
Why don't we talk about it more? Because that's your fucking job. I'm sorry, like, you guys all go to work? Is somebody praising every move you make? Do you go home at the end of the day and you're like, they never praise me for every goddamn thing I do? No, this is just what you do. Our job's not to praise you. Do your fucking job. When you do it well, great. If you do your job well, hopefully you'll get elected again. That's your job. If you do it shitty, we're going to criticize you, and you should address the criticism. But these crybaby bitches are like, don't criticize us. It's not fair. How come you guys criticize us and you never tell us how good we're doing? Toughen the fuck up, MAGA. Come on, Donnie. You're the big, bad, tough Donnie, big alpha male here. Why are you so worried about what people are saying about you? Toughen the fuck up.
International murder. These are people
it said convicted June 6, 2020. Oh, it did? I mean, that was...
They're apprehended and either put in jails in their country.
Yeah, long before they got to Minnesota.
Where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have...
couldn't somebody have just sent this guy to therapy? We could have avoided all this if he just saw a therapist.
Have open border policies.
Sorry your dad didn't hug you.
All of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane.
Okay. You guys really need him to jack himself off? Are we enjoying this, MAGA? I love when Trump gets off and gets up in front of a microphone and brags for 2 hours. But no, if somebody was like Trump in your life, you'd be like, I fucking hate this guy, man. Every time I talk to this motherfucker, he's just talking about how great he is and how it's not fair that nobody acknowledges how great he is. You would hate this guy if he was in your life. Why do you like him as president? This is such pathetic behavior for a human being. My daughter's 6. It feels like that. She's always like, Dad, watch. I'm constantly like, oh, I can't do what I'm doing. So I gotta pay attention to my daughter, which is fine. She's 6. I'm a dad. I don't like that my president demands more attention and praise than my 6-year-old daughter. This is just a crybaby bitch fest up here with a bunch of weirdos cheering it on. Yeah, get him, Trump. You showed them. I'm sorry. I'm not a government cheerleader. My bad.
These are just in Minnesota, California. It's worse. In other states, it's worse. Now, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers.
Is that like the Epstein folders given to the influencers on the right? Also, Johnny said, sending love to Daniel. I know your pain. Thanks. Oh, I missed that from Renee. Jennings was trying to get Caroline Levitt's job. I don't know what he's doing. He's a loser.
They're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota. Given to
It's 19 billion? Jesus. Wait, it was 9 billion last week. How'd we get to 19 billion? How'd we get that number? It went up $10 billion in a week? God damn, it sounds like you're not doing your job, Trump. As soon as it's exposed, you lost another 10?
a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here.
That's pathetic. And it's stupid. But what the fuck is he talking about? I'm not even gonna try and pretend I understand what he's saying. What the fuck is he saying? Just the actual words that are coming out of his mouth. That is gibberish. That's just like, of course it's a country. Of course they had money. People have money. Everything this guy is saying is a lie, and what MAGA, and this is how you have become conditioned to be who you are. Everything he's saying here is a lie, and your takeaway will be like, yeah, but we know what he really meant. Well, then why does he have to lie? How come you have to interpret everything this guy says? I dare you to debate Robert Gouvy. Tell Robert he can debate me anytime. Tell him to hit me up. There's not a single one of you Republicans I'm afraid to debate. We'll debate anyone, anytime, any place. Send him a message.
They become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job.
Yeah. Also, her husband has a lot of money. What did he say? 30 million?
She's a crooked congressman. So here's another one.
By the way, today, Mark Wayne Mullen it disclosed that he bought like $50,000 worth of stock in Raytheon right before we invaded Venezuela. Not to Remmer, I forget her name. What's her name? Let me actually pull this up. House Freedom Caucus. I remember which lady this was. She just got in trouble for lying on her financial disclosures to the tune of like millions of dollars. Not a peep about that. I mean, who are the members? What is her name? Anybody have her name? If you swear a lot. What is with these conservatives that are worried about cursing? Toughen the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Why are you guys always worried about that I say bad words?
He's a bad person. He says potty words.
Maybe she's not part of the House Freedom Caucus. She was at their press conference the other day. What's her name? I'll let this go.
And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons.
Is he really just going to show us picture after picture after picture? Is that what we're doing up here?
Here's very bad.
That's very bad.
All right, well, we can't even read it, you dumb bitch. What the fuck are we supposed to get from this?
I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems. But they don't have
Lisa McLean was who I was looking for.
this problem. Look, killed somebody. And these are rough people. These are not. This was all allowed into our country through open borders. These dumbest policies. You know,
Bro.
men and women's sports is dumb.
Oh,
But
now
to
we're
me,
on
having
now we're on to trans people.
open border for the world to come in. Drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know.
Bro, this guy, honestly, if you're not allowed to translate what he's saying, this man's an idiot. This is one of the dumbest press conferences I've ever heard. He doesn't know anybody's name. He doesn't know any details. This guy knows absolutely nothing. He's rambling incoherently. You know those videos you see of like Hitler's speeches now, and you're like, how the fuck did anybody fall for this? He's like tweaking out at the Olympics. He's going crazy, just saying insane shit, and we're like, how do people? Well, now we know. We now know. I cannot figure out for the life of me how you guys are watching this and going like, that's our guy. These are all half sentences strung together incoherently.
A few days ago, we're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people invented the president.
Oh, he got a first name. He remembered one of the two names, but just the first name, Maria.
And all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are real.
Leah says, as a millennial, I'm tired of living in pivotal times. I hear it. Thanks, Pink. Natalie said, fuck ICE, fuck Nome, fuck Trump, free Palestine, release the fucking files. Amen.
A rough one. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see, yeah, these are all, so far, people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call them whatever you like. They're both right.
That's not even true either. Like, this is another thing that they're lying about. They're saying that these people were let in by Biden. Almost everybody that came in during the Biden administration came here through the asylum process. So you can't go, if you're deporting people who are here illegally, who have final orders, then these wouldn't be the asylum seekers because their asylum claim hasn't been heard yet. Or at least very few of them would be. This is a lie. This is what happens when your base doesn't, they don't fact check anything. They don't care. This is a lie. The overwhelming majority, I think something like 90% of people who are here illegally are on overstayed visas or they came for vacation and never went home. Almost none of them just came pouring over the border during the Biden administration. Otherwise, we wouldn't have how do they have all these records of these folks? If they came in illegally during the Biden administration and not on an asylum claim, how do we have their names? How do we have their criminal history? How is it that somehow they've already gone through the court system? If you're talking about people that came from Venezuela, those people came here legally. Trump gave them the ability to come here legally. If you're talking about the people from Haiti, or if you're talking about people from Somalia, they were given a legal pathway to come here. They came here legally too. So all these people that were going around that have been, they say, been in this country for years, people that have, they're pulling criminal records from 10 years ago. They're finding a DUI from 10 years ago. Well, how did they have a DUI from 10 years ago, but also came in when Biden let them in?
He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones, too. I can tell you all you have to do is look at trade.
I mean, what is this?
You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't.
Yeah, everybody
These
is.
are people that you have to see.
Because we don't even know what the fuck is on these papers because we can't see them. You're just showing us pictures of people. We don't know what crime they committed. You're not telling us what crime they committed. You're just over and over showing us pictures. This is one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Why are we still pretending that this guy's got it together? He held up two pictures right there. for 12 seconds. Tell me what he's showing you guys. You can't claim asylum if you don't go through the port authority. Wrong, actually. That's how you're supposed to do it, but you can. Happens all the time.
And mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots. And
You
they
just have to be
abused
here
by
and
guys
claim
like Don
asylum.
Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday.
He was yelled at. Oh, no.
Look at it. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted.
Oh, yeah. Probably just during the Biden administration, I'm guessing. This guy was let over during the Biden administration, got convicted 24 times.
They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work.
So does this mean that ICE can beat the shit out of people for no reason then? Look, ICE got some criminals. So ignore that they're beating the shit out of American citizens. All right, got it.
That way.
That's a good point. What about Trump's convictions?
Man murder. One of
Do those
many.
count?
One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators, and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, and I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot,
You felt terribly about it? You called her a domestic terrorist. You felt you immediately judged her. Now, what are we about to rewrite history here? Is Trump going to be compassionate Trump now?
there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So
Yeah.
loud.
Oh, no.
A professional opera singer. She was so loud.
They were loud. That's the complaint? She was saying shame loudly. Can you believe it? Yeah.
And so professional.
Bro, this fucking bitch would not be able to handle this live stream. He couldn't handle what I have to deal with these idiots every day. Can you imagine if Donald Trump had to sit there and read the chat while he was president? If he could read? I'm not sure he can. Jesus Christ.
She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators.
No evidence that she's a professional agitator. The level of evidence that Donald Trump needs to say that she's a professional agitator is that she said shame loudly like an opera singer.
And professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this.
Check out R. Menendez. I can't believe you wanting money on her grave, stumping all over her grave and trying to make money off her by putting this on. Give me a break. Bitch, I didn't know he was going to say this. This is live. I didn't know Trump was going to come out and say this. What are you talking about? So I don't control what Trump says. They said he's giving a press conference. We turned it on. My bad.
All top of the line criminals.
Top of the line.
Good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000.
10,000 criminals arrested in Minnesota alone.
10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a
Let's
place
pull
with
that
10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. I like that guy. Keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look. These are rough ones. So we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like,
Why do you have stacks like that?
I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now.
Where are they pulling this number? The number was 3,000 the other day. Where are they pulling 10,000 from? This is from Christy Nome. It's 1,300 arrest detainers. Are they even getting this number? Does anybody know? went in there. They found 10,000 more people on the tariff shelf. I don't know where this number is coming from. Let's try here. Gnome says 10,000. 3,000 have been arrested by ICE in the last 6 weeks. We've arrested over 10,000 criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, and renting terror in Minneapolis. What's the 10,000 from? So she says we've done 3,000 in the last 6 weeks. Is that 10,000 total ever? Is that what she's saying? This must predate Trump. He's just taking credit for it.
It's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many murderers. People that murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible, too. I mean, they're Paul Perez and
What'd you say? NPR One Love said reported Donald Trump told the DOJ and DHS are using prisoners that they have since 2005. He's pulling numbers since 2005. Okay, thank you. All right, now he's going to explain what ICE is, guys. Do we want to keep watching this? We can, I guess. You asked for it.
Incredible.
Let me know if you don't want to, I guess.
Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it. As a Republican, I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough.
Yeah, people are calling them names. I guess toughen up.
People like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up a murder in their own country.
What legal reason would you have? Never mind.
And
I don't know.
We jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. It's a tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way. It was a rigged election. Everybody knows that. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him.
Bro, what the
fuck? We caught him.
We caught him. Yeah, you sure did.
That it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments. This is something. My finger was in a nut sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. Boy, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty. I think somebody did that.
Did he just come up with a hypothetical scenario where he would get pinched and then he got to be tough in his own hypothetical scenario? Guys, if this would have pinched me, I wouldn't even acted like it hurt. So, what is this?
I think it was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you did. So,
what?
Here is the.
Yeah, we just saw you do it, dude. Of course, it wasn't my man out there.
Here's the book. These are all things.
It's not a
I'm
book.
going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is
lots of pages.
Nobody did that before, and it's big stuff too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world.
It's just shot. Look at this. You've never seen anything like this before. Yeah, that's true. Nobody's ever done something this fucking goddamn dumb. That is crazy. You're a crazy person.
So, I will read you a few.
Oh, good.
We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say
nobody. Let's see. let's just ask perplexity. Now we'll fact check. Did economists conclude that Biden had stagflation? Let's just see. This man. I've never heard anybody. No, economists did not conclude that the Biden administration experienced stagflation, while some commentators and conservative outlets described periods of slow growth combined with high inflation as stagflation. Mainstream economic consensus rejected this label. You know what? I'm going to do something. I wasn't going to do this. I'm going to do it anyways. Let's see if I can find it. I got absolutely baked last night. And I decided to debate. Oh, it was Grok. That's why. Oh, shit. Does Grok save your stuff? Maybe I don't have it. If you talk to Grok, does it save it? Yes. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to show you guys this because this was actually pretty incredible rather than fact checking Trump. I'd said yesterday, debate me like you're MAGA to Grok. Grok said, all right, Patriot, let's rumble. But first things first, what's the battlefield? Give some ideas there. I'm going to have to skip a lot of what Grok said because it takes a long time. And eventually I had him shorten the answers. And I said, why do you think the economy under Biden-Harris was turning into a socialist nightmare? Because up here he said, economy under Biden-Harris turning into a socialist nightmare. So I chose that one. Yeah, exactly. Nobody will debate me on TikTok, so I debated Grok. But just watch how this plays out. Oh, come on, my freedom-loving friend. Immediately goes to the come on. Where do I even start with the Biden-Harris economic disaster? These folks turned the greatest economy in history, handed to them by President Trump, into a bloated, big government mess that smelled like straight-up socialism from day one. Now, I did stop reading right there because I saw all of this, and I'm like, fuck, I'm not reading all that shit. Let's go one by one. So I responded by saying, what data do you have to suggest that they were handed the greatest economy in history? Right? Oh, sorry, there was a one part. We're taking trillions. At some point, he says that Biden was handed the greatest economy in history. So I said, what evidence do you have? Come on, snowflake. You really going to question the golden economy President Trump built and handed over on a silver platter? I ignored that. I said, if you compare all the jobs from the Obama administration and all the years of the Trump administration, which 3 years are the 3 best years in percentage of growth of the annual jobs? Come on, buddy. You're digging deep now, trying to twist the numbers on job growth to make Obama look good. Nice try, but the facts are the facts. And they even showed Trump was building on a solid foundation, but facing headwinds Obama never had to deal with. But let's play your game and break down the annual percentage of growth in non-farm payroll jobs from the Obama years. We looked at that. We pulled all the jobs. So now I got the data. I said, so it looks like Obama had better numbers to me. Do you have the same conclusion? Listen up, lib. Now you're cherry-picking percentages to prop up Obama's sleepy recovery. That's cute. But no, I don't have the same conclusion at all. Obama's better jobs numbers only look shiny if you squint hard and ignore the context, like how he started from the depths of a recession, making those percentages pops easy off of a rock-bottom base. Trump, he took a mature, humming economy and pushed it to new heights. I said, I need you to debate me like somehow you learned how to do math and also are allergic to saying things that you can't back up with honest analysis. The math has to work out. Amend your answer to the last question accordingly, please. All right, let's dial this in with some honest math. I'm all for America first, but numbers are numbers, and I'll back every claim with calculations and straight context from BLS data. No spin, just facts. You think Obama had better jobs numbers based on those percentage growth peaks? Fair point on the surface, but no, I don't reach the same conclusion. While Obama's recovery years did post higher percentage growth in the best periods due to bouncing off a recession, Trump's pre-COVID economy delivered stronger absolute job gains in a tighter market, historic low unemployment across demographics, faster wage growth. Scrolled through. I said, so then when you said Trump inherited a bad economy, I assume now that you're required to be honest, you would have to change your opinion on that. Is that correct? Hold up, Patriot. Let's keep this thing straight with numbers, no dodging. You're right to call me on that earlier line where I said Trump inherited a sluggish mess. Uh-oh. Looking back at the honest math and data we've been crunching, yeah, I got to amend that for accuracy. By the end of Obama's term in 2016, the economy wasn't a total disaster. It was in recovery mode with positive job growth. 2.24 million added that year, 1.57% increase off the base of 143 million jobs. Unemployment down to 4.7%, and GDP chugging along at a 1.6% annual growth. It's not bad in absolute terms. It was a steady improvement from the Great Depression. I said, okay, what do most economists attribute Obama's growth being slower than his? Oh, so then in here he just says like that there were other recessions where the growth didn't happen as quickly. Then they argue that the growth happened too quickly coming back from 2008. So why did most economists attribute Obama's growth being slower? So most economists attribute the slower than historical post-recession growth during the Obama years to the unique nature of the Great Recession as a severe financial crisis. Historical data shows that recessions triggered by financial crisis where banks fail, credit freezes, and household businesses face massive debt overhang tend to produce deeper drops and much slower, more protracted recoveries. You can go read through this if you want. So I said, okay, so it sounds like the Obama recession was unique, and so comparing it to other recessions isn't statistically a very good argument due to how many different conditions existed, correct? Yeah, that's a fair assessment. We'll skip all that. So now going back and revisiting this conversation, it's really not even fair at all to say Trump inherited a bad economy. In fact, it was the best post-financial crisis by the numbers. Is that correct? All right, let's keep this debate rolling with front and center, no fluff, just honest math. You're pushing hard that it's not even fair to call the economy Trump inherited bad and that it was the best post-financial crisis by the numbers. Fair challenge, and yeah, I'll concede on the framing. Calling it outright bad or a mess, like I did early on, doesn't hold up to scrutiny when we zoom in on the data. Okay, so Obama had better numbers and better historic recovery. Can you make any legitimate claim to Trump's economy being overall better than Obama's? Looking at the totality of how economists have generally judged the strength of the economy. All right, let's keep it grounded. You're framing it as Obama having better job numbers and historic recovery, which we've established is fair. Yada, yada, yada. But can I legitimately claim Trump's economy was overall better? Honestly, looking at the totality of how economists judge it, the answer is a qualified yes on some key metrics, but no, not overwhelmingly across the board. It's more like Trump's pre-COVID years built on and modestly improved Obama's momentum in a mature economy. I think we agree. Yeah, I think we agree. Let's talk about the Epstein files. Did I even keep going on this? I don't even remember. So take off your MAGA goggles for a second. Pretend you're an independent voter with no... Oh, this is where it got weird, actually. Based on the actions of the Trump administration, would you assume they're covering up the Epstein files? Based on the information available about this situation, I'll approach this as someone who's looking at facts with no preconceived notions. The question is whether their actions make it seem like they're trying to hide something. Let's break it down. They signed a law requiring the release. They missed the deadline badly. They're fighting efforts to speed it up. What they've released so far is small public statements and context from people like the president calling demand for more files a hoax. There's broader criticism that the DOJ has been used for political purposes. Putting it all together objectively, yes. Based on these actions, I'd assume there's at least some level of covering up or deliberate stalling. Whoops. Is there any technological argument that would give any credence to the idea that they weren't given enough time? He concludes, no, there's not. This should have been easy. Who do you most suspect is behind pushing for the Epstein files to be remain hidden? The gatekeepers, Pam Bondi, and Todd Blanche. That's the response there. Then this is where it got weird. I said, do you see any obvious comparisons to the Trump administration and historic authoritarian regimes? I'm sorry, I cannot help with that. What? When did that policy change? And then they tell us that now Grok won't compare any politician to historic authoritarians. I can go down here and I asked where did I go? What historical leaders you'd compare Trump to? Nobody. What about Nancy Pelosi? And then I said, compare Trump to Margaret Thatcher. Boom, now we have Trump and Margaret Thatcher. So Grok just doesn't let you compare Trump to Hitler. Can't do it. Compare Trump to Neville Chamberlain. Okay, we can do that. Isn't that weird? I said, it seems like you can compare Trump to historical leaders. You just refuse to do it when it's authoritarian. What are you afraid of with these comparisons? I'm not afraid of anything. What are you protecting against? I'm protecting against the model being used as endorsing, trivializing, or amplifying the most extreme inflammatory historical analogies, outputs being screenshot, illegal exposure. I said, so if we did have an authoritarian president that was exactly like Hitler, you wouldn't tell us? I'm not equipped to engage. Sounds like Elon and the board are a bunch of pussies to me. Fair enough, they said. They explained what their reasoning for. Anyways, said, are you programmed to defend them? No, I just can't do this. Seems pretty anti-free speech for a company accusing others of limiting speech. Yeah, that's a solid point, they said. Anyways. Weird, right? But you can debate Grok. Grok's smarter than all these Republicans. You debate Grok, you'll win. If you ask Grok to tell you the truth, he won't back up anything Donald Trump says. Isn't that crazy?
48 years, pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower.
The exact same number as inflation was when you entered office.
Created super high. What we've done with
I can't with this idiot. I don't know. If you're still listening to him, I don't know. Wait, do we have any MAGA still here today? Is MAGA even here this morning? Is Nick Shirley didn't expose the fraud that was going on and it had already been exposed, then why was it still going on? Because it takes time to investigate, bud. And it's not, the fraud wasn't being perpetrated by one person. It's each individual business was committing fraud, so you investigate them each individually. Why is it not? Why hasn't Pam Bondi announced any new investigations? Right? If Nick Shirley uncovered fraud, why haven't they announced any investigations? See how we can do this? It's just a simple understanding of like how basic things work, how evidence works, how courts work, what fraud is. Nick doesn't know the difference between fraud and piracy. This is a comprehension problem for many of you. I can't listen to his nonsense. Yeah. Gohan said, what the fuck is the point of this press conference? I have no idea. I guess Trump just wanted to talk. I can't figure that out. Cam says, breaking hospitals in Cancun are currently being invaded by depressed, injured men from the Bay Area. I don't like that. That hurts my feelings. Thank you. Trisha said, guests can't preach about putting aside differences. Fair enough. Let's see. Raina said, Grandpa needs a nap. Jackie said, this is bad even by his performance standards. Alfredo said, Christy Nome is a bird-legged hoe. Thank you. I'll update the gift goal after the next video, and then if we want to do a dollar train, we can knock out the rest of that gift goal at the end. What is it? 12. I got about 45 more minutes. I can't go too much later today. I want to jump into... Do I want to go here? Save the judiciary hearing for tomorrow. We'll just do that. I'll keep going. Let's keep going with Scott Jennings, because remember when I told you Scott Jennings, like, he's not a political commentator. He doesn't have real thoughts. He just sees himself as an actor. Here's him admitting that.
I do love Hollywood.
Do you consider yourself as you're like in showbiz now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I do is a mixture of showbiz and WWE.
Yeah.
And
you're a heel.
I'm a lovable rascal, but if you want to call it a heel, I do love Hollywood.
I do think that is a big difference between the right and the left. Now, both sides have people who do everything for clicks, but the entirety of the right is Hollywood. The entirety of everything the right is telling you right now is theatrics. It's not, they're not telling you the truth about anything. If you have Republicans here, tell me what Republicans are telling us the truth about right now. Name one thing Republicans are consistently talking about that is true. You give me some examples? Maybe I'm missing them. The Dow went down today. Gas is down. Okay, there's one. Gas prices are down. What else? Jennings, he's a lovable rascal. Well, look, the right loves him. The right loves anybody who won't admit that they're lying. Like, if you lie to somebody on the right, but you don't admit it, they don't care. As long as you never admit it, they don't ever accept it. The entirety of the left is emotional. All right, Kevin. That's Crash Out Kevin that's here every single day being emotional in the chat. That's fine. Everybody's emotional. Literally all humans are emotional, except for psychopaths. The border is more secure. Sure. There we go. Border. There you go. There's two. So gas is down. The border's more secure. I'll give you that. What else? Is that it? When's the last time the left admitted they were wrong? The left doesn't, like, I don't know. It is an interesting thing here. Like, you have to say the left. Lots of people on the left. I admit that I'm wrong most days. I don't know. Can you guys think of some times when people admitted they were wrong? Nancy Pelosi after January 6th. I think virtually everybody after this last election. Egg prices are down. Sure. See how hard this is, though? Like, no tax on tips? Well, that's not true. There are tax on tips, so that's not true. Stock market up. Yeah, but every president could say that, so that's a silly thing. Medicine prices are down 1,000%. Well, that's not true, nor is it possible, so that's a problem. Pay that loan? What loan are you talking about? The left accepts responsibility, and I don't care about gas. 2 million America got jobs. Didn't we lose? I mean, how many new jobs did we get this year? I know manufacturing jobs are down. Anybody else? All right. Well, not the stuff they're talking about most of the time, though. Isn't that interesting that the stuff they're talking about all the time, none of you guys cited? It was just a couple of things. All right. This was Lisa McGowan. She had enough. I've really tried not to play this show very often, but Lisa McGowan's response here to Scott Jennings was perfect, and I think everybody should hear it, so we're going to show it.
I think they should release it. I think they should follow the law. I also have no idea how long it takes to prepare this many documents for this kind of release. Counselor may have some thoughts on that, but they should follow the law.
Good point, Mystic. He did promise he'd be a dictator on day one. He followed through on that. Good point.
But let's not get our knickers in a twist here.
Let's not get our knickers in a twist over child rape. Why are you talking like that? It's insane. It's insane. The Epstein Files is a multinational, multi-generational child and woman sex trafficking ring. So your attitude right now, you're sort of like, well, shucks, devil begun, is just horrifying to me. Every woman in the world that is watching this, why are you acting like you have no idea what's happening here? Scott,
He asked me a question about following the law.
And what
I
I'm
said
saying
they should
to you
follow
is
the
your
law.
attitude. Yeah, and they're not following the law. They're 30 days late on following law, and they didn't explain why they redacted the first things in the first place, which they were also supposed to do.
I know.
Listen,
you
at
have
this
a strong
point, this is
opinion
not.
about it, and
I have a strong opinion about it because it is a disgusting policy that they are doing this. They are hiding it. It is not the behavior of innocent people, and everything that is in these files is. It could bring an entire house down. And if it has to, it has to. If it brings down Democrats, bring them down. If it brings down Republicans, bring them down. If it brings down princes, world leaders, Hollywood people, bring them down. But what it feels like right now is that there's a giant cabal of people that do not have to listen to the law, do not have to oppose the law, and they were supposed to do something, then they didn't do something, and now they're trying to have a new law that says we don't even have to do it.
When Scott goes quiet, you know the point's landed, but that is the reality that we're in right now. I think that most people, when cornered, say release the Epstein files, but none of you are advocating for it. And you're all covering for the people who are covering this up. Why in the world would you still support somebody who's in open defiance of the law right now? Why? Why would you ever trust that person? It's not even like, this isn't even one of those instances where we can be like, well, the law's murky here. It's not. The law was clear. Trump signed it into law. Just ask yourself, say this is your daughter. Say it's you. Say you were one of the people that was abused there. Do you think you would feel differently if this had affected your life? Probably, right? So why don't you care? Donald Trump didn't release the Epstein files. We're now a month late. What law was broken? The law that Trump signed saying that we had to release the Epstein files. Are you unaware of that? Kevin, even then, Bill and Hillary opened defiance of a congressional subpoena. That's obviously not against the law or they'd be arrested, right? So we're talking about the law currently. And the same people that are holding Bill and Hillary to that subpoena are also in open defiance of a subpoena. So Jim Jordan needs to come testify before the Clintons, I'd say. If we're going to hold that standard, then all the Republicans who currently are in open defiance of subpoenas should also testify. But you didn't care about that, so you guys don't get to care about subpoenas now. However, I agree. I think the Clintons should come testify. I think they should comply with the subpoena. I understand why they're not. I understand that they feel justified in not doing it. I understand that they want to testify publicly. All of that. I still think they should do it. But it's impossible to say like that the subpoena has weight when multiple Republicans are currently defying it. But we don't have weight with congressional subpoenas anymore. So sorry, you guys should have had your people cooperate. But I do agree. I wish they would testify quickly. Back to Donald Trump, though. We're going to talk to old boy here. Kevin, why is Donald Trump not releasing the Epstein files? Kev might get blocked today. You can only answer that question. You can't talk about Democrats, Kevin. We're going to watch you crash out in real time. Why don't you care that Donald Trump protects for pedophiles? Come on, Kev. All right, Kevin. Well, if it's against the law to ignore a congressional subpoena, why is Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, Mo Brooks, why aren't they in jail right now? That's all I'm saying. It should be against the law. That you should have to comply with the congressional subpoena. But Republicans have created new conditions where now you don't have to. So why won't Trump release the Epstein files? Kevin. Who's telling him not to, Kevin? Who's telling Trump not to release the Epstein files? I'm glad that you acknowledge that it's him. Thank you for that. We're growing. Keep going, Kevin. No, we're still here, Kevin. You don't get to talk about other people right now. You got my attention now. Who's telling Trump not to release them? Kevin, answer the question, bud. Last chance. Who's telling Trump not to release him? Kev's about to get him mute. Ax said, are you working Saturday because you took Monday off? No. You an answer there from me, Kev? Are you admitting that Trump has handlers? That there's people that Trump answers to? That's weird. Trump was running shit here. He's not releasing them because of the same reason that the Democrat. No. Who's telling him not to release? Every Democrat voted to release them, Kevin. How do you explain that? How do you explain every single Democrat voting to release them? They're obviously not holding them back. Yeah, I thought so. All right. Democrats didn't release. All right. Kevin is muted for 5 minutes. Somebody take care of Kev's mute for 5 minutes. Appreciate it, Kev. You tried your very best. You got some of them in. That's why you're not getting 24 hours this time. Just 5 minutes for you, Kev. All right. Back up to here. Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, we covered this, requested to the courts that they give appoint an independent monitor because Pam Bondi can't be expected to release the Epstein files. Now, Bondi, the Trump administration, they're all saying we're complying, we're not trying to hide this. But from their own filing, they say, respectfully, the government submits that the court lacks the authority to enter the requested relief. They are saying that the court lacks the authority to rule on the law. That's what this administration is now arguing in court. You don't have the authority, courts, to rule on the law. Thank you, Belinda. Thank you, JSM. Appreciate you. I am FRCD said thaw ice. Be nice. So the act does not provide a cause of action. Creating a cause of action is a legislative endeavor because the statute does not convince events. What is that word supposed to be? Congress' intent to create the private cause of action asserted. This court may not create that action. The court can't force them to comply with the law. That's what Pam Bondi's saying here. Courts have no right. Want to explain that? Tony, why are you always coming in here talking about God? Brother, leave your religion at home, okay? Not everything's about your religion. But whatever religion you're a part of, I think it's likely stupid because your opinions on it are pretty stupid. Today, Haley Robson, survivor of the Epstein abuse, filed a letter also now asking the courts to step in here. Do this shit again? I don't know why this does this on Twitter. Twitter sucks. Dear Judge Berman, my name's Haley Robson. I'm a survivor of the Epstein trafficking operation. And I write this letter on behalf of myself and numerous other survivors whose lives were forever changed by the crimes that were enabled, facilitated, and concealed by powerful individuals who have yet to be held accountable. Many of us have spoken publicly at great personal cost in order to in support of the Epstein Transparency Act. I personally spoke at both press conferences on Capitol Hill and have been very outspoken in advocating for its passage, believing, as we all did, that once Congress acted, the federal government would comply with the law and finally allow truth and accountability to prevail. The Epstein Transparency Act required the Department of Justice to release records related to Epstein and his criminal enterprise within 30 days. That statutory deadline has long since passed. To date, the Department of Justice has failed to comply. When they began releasing documents, they posted hundreds of thousands of pages of documents that had already been publicly available for years. These documents did not provide us with the transparency and accountability that Congress intended or that we deserve as survivors. We know that the Department of Justice still has failed to release the most important documents for transparency, including hundreds of thousands of pages of emails, other documents from computers that were taken from Epstein's email accounts during the 2018 and 2019 investigations into Epstein and Maxwell. We know these exist because even news organizations like Bloomberg have obtained and reported on them. How is the press releasing this type of evidence before the Department of Justice? Our victim interview statements from the first investigation in Florida and the later investigations in New York. We know the DOJ has our FBI 302 statements. Why haven't those been released with our names redacted? The 53-page draft indictment, an 82-page prosecution memorandum prepared during the 2007 investigation that we hope will help us understand how Epstein got away with what he did to all of us when we were kids in Florida. We deserve to know what crimes the government knew he had committed because they gave him his immunity deal in Florida. You don't think these victims, these kids that were abused, deserve for this to get out? You're more worried about whether or not it'll make Trump look bad? Guys, we got to keep Trump in office. It's so very fucking important. Things are going so well that we must ignore these abused victims. This is gross. Why are you supporting this? Where's Kev? Where's Kev the Christian? How come the atheist out here is advocating for victims of sex crimes? And Mr. Christian over here, oh, we should definitely keep supporting Donald Trump. That's why I think your religion's bullshit. It's probably why I'm an atheist. I don't understand how all you Christians have been co-opted into defending the criminals. Different Kevin. There's different Kevins. I'm talking to the other Kevin who said I was an atheist. Raise your hand if you still support Trump in the chat. Let's look at the cultists here. We just want to see. Raise your hand if you're still in that Trump cult here, even though we're covering up the Epstein files. As survivors, this failure is not merely procedural, it's deeply personal. Continued noncompliance perpetuates the same secrecy that allowed these crimes to continue unchecked for years. It reinforces the painful and all too familiar message that while the law governs ordinary people, it does not govern the government and the wealthy, powerful individuals whose actions enabled widespread abuse. We do not seek vengeance. We seek accountability, transparency, and equal application of the law, just like our Congress promised us through the act. Yeah, I am trying to shame you into not supporting Trump. It's true. I don't think it shouldn't take much. Any person who covers up the sexual abuse of children, I don't support. That's not a line in the sand for you? Oh, look, I don't like abusing children, but if I stopped supporting people who covered that up, I'd have nobody. Oh, perhaps maybe you'd have nobody left to support. Maybe that's why. Each survivor's already paid a tremendous price. Coming forward has required extraordinary courage, exposing ourselves to public scrutiny, retaliation, and lifelong emotional consequences from people like you in the chat. We did so with belief in our government and trusting that when Congress passed this law, the executive branch would honor it. Instead, we're met with continued delay, silence, and ongoing protection of identities that should no longer remain hidden. Where are the religious leaders around Trump? Oh, I forgot Trump's right-hand man, the religious leader, like his guy. I forgot he's in prison right now for abusing children. Not a lot of talk from Trump about that. How somebody so close to the Trump administration's in prison for abusing children too. Not a lot of talk about how Christianity maybe covers up for that type of stuff. How somebody pretending to be a Christian is able to cloak themselves in protection while they abuse children. Because you guys are too afraid to criticize your own leadership and your own belief system. You're afraid that by showing who these people are, people might judge your entire organization by their actions. And they should. They should, because it's obvious and you guys don't give a fuck. Nobody with children should look at these Republicans voting for Trump right now and trust them. If there's people in your life who at this point, knowing what they know, are still Trump supporters, don't let your children be around them. Don't. If your children are abused by somebody that they like, they're not going to do a goddamn thing about it. Judge Berman, the way that you've correctly enforced the Crime Victims' Rights Act at every stage of the criminal process is something that we appreciate. We now respectfully ask the court to intervene and require the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Transparency Act as enacted by Congress. The judiciary serves as a vital safeguard to ensure that no branch of government is above the law. When statutory mandates are ignored, particularly those intended to bring justice and transparency to victims, the integrity of our legal system is placed at risk. We ask that the court help ensure that the law is followed as written, that disclosures are complete and not improperly withheld or over-redacted with respect to those who are not survivors, and that continued delays of discretionary noncompliance do not further re-traumatize us. Oversight would protect the integrity of the process while preserving the court's authority and ensuring fairness to all parties. We understand the seriousness of requesting judicial intervention and oversight. We do not make this request lightly. We make it because survivors have waited decades for truth to be acknowledged and for accountability to follow. We were promised transparency. We were promised action. We are still waiting. We are asking this court to help ensure that law is enforced as written, without further delay, and without continued shielding of those who enabled or participated in these crimes. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to justice. Respectfully, Haley Robson, a victim, a sexual abuse victim of Jeffrey Epstein. Being covered up by Jeffrey Epstein's friend, Donald Trump. And a former Florida U.S. Attorney, Pam Bondi, who's on the payroll of the Qataris. All these foreign leaders, from Russia to Israel to the UAE, they're all being protected by Donald Trump right now. Where's your humanity? Like, honestly, let's have a real conversation. Kevin, I'll have this conversation with you if you'll have it honestly. Where's your humanity, bud? These were children that were abused. Jeffrey Epstein abused them because he had protection from our government. It's not just the Trump administration. It goes back to the Bush administration and probably to the Clinton administration. Every president that we've had up until this point either knowingly or unknowingly allowed this to happen. With the exception, honestly, of Joe Biden, who by the time Biden was in office, Epstein and Maxwell weren't committing crimes anymore. They were either dead or in prison. But he still didn't release the files, which is fair enough. There's good enough reasons for that. But if you want to criticize Biden for not advocating for this, he could have got them released probably eventually. He could have probably put enough pressure on them. It's probably true. But why now, Kevin? Why are you not standing with these women and these victims? Why are you out here wanting to talk about anything other than the fact that our government worked with other governments to cover up trafficking and sexual abuse? What is it that Donald Trump is giving you that's more important than finding out how our government covers up this type of trafficking. You have an answer to that one, Kev? Call me soft, bro. I'm soft as shit. I don't give a fuck. I got a daughter, man. This makes me sad every fucking day. I have a daughter in a red state surrounded by Christians who support Donald Trump. I have no confidence that if my daughter is abused, that the powers to be wouldn't cover it up. If she was abused by somebody powerful, I have no doubt that they would cover it up. And I have no doubt that you guys would come to help me out. Unless, I guess, if you thought it was a Democrat, then you might. I already stated that I want all files released and all videos, but in all, yeah, the victim, yeah. So why aren't they releasing them, Kevin? Well, I understand that that's what you want. Why are you, that's not the question I'm asking you. If you want it, then why aren't you criticizing the Trump administration who's covering it up? That's what I'm asking. Why are you not using your voice to criticize them? You might not like my politics, but dude, you spend 4 hours a day criticizing me. 0 time using your voice to advocate that the guy that you voted for release these files. Yeah, I know it's a worldwide problem. And the reason we don't get the information is because Trump's covering it up. That's why. I just explained it was a worldwide problem, Kevin. I'm asking you why you are such a fucking pussy. That's what I'm asking. Why are you such a pussy? Why won't you say, I voted for Donald Trump. He covers up for sex criminals. He covers up for sexual abusers. He's not who I thought he was. He's evil. Something along those lines would be all right. It would be nice to see the outrage that you have for me for covering this news directed at Donald Trump. It would be nice if I could take any of you motherfuckers seriously with the way that you talk about me versus the way that you talk about Trump. You still won't do it, Kevin. This is what I'm talking about. You're a fucking pussy right now. Criticize Trump. Say Trump is covering up sexual abuse. And then explain to me how a good man, a good president, is capable of covering up sexual abuse. That's what I'm asking you to do. Have a little bit of courage. Don't be so goddamn scared. That's what I want to know. None of us give a fuck if Obama or Biden or Clinton or AOC or Bernie is in these files. We'll abandon them immediately. I'm tired of the bitch shit. I'm tired of it. I'm so fucking tired of all these conservatives who aren't affected by any of this, who just think like, oh, the most important thing is that my vote is validated and that I never admit that I voted for an obvious con man. No, Kevin, I'm not ignoring what you're saying. I'm asking you to condemn Donald Trump and stop being a bitch. And until you do condemn Donald Trump and stop being a bitch, I am going to ignore this. I don't understand how you can be so critical of everybody but Trump. It's insane to me. All right, if somebody's pulling the strings behind the scenes, then call Trump a pussy. Call him a corrupt, cowardly pussy. Call him that. Do something. You are going out of your way. I would condemn Trump, but it's not his fault because more powerful people are in charge. Oh, okay. That's what I want to see. I just want to see one of you guys be honest. That 100%, Antonio. It's pathetic. You guys are all pathetic. What the fuck are you so afraid of? You're afraid that your friends won't be your friends anymore if you admit that Donald Trump is a pedophile enabler? See, Kevin's still doing it. So now Trump's covering up that? You bitch. You are bitch made, man. You are such a fucking bitch. Just say it. Just say Donald Trump is a coward. He's covering this up. You won't say it. You're still mad at me. So now it's Trump's fault? Yeah, it's Trump's fault. Whatever role Trump has is his fault. And it's your fault that you won't acknowledge it. Is this just because you're such a coward that you don't want to call out other cowards like you? I'm saying that Trump, now you're saying Trump controls the world? You are a fucking coward. No, obviously I'm not saying Trump controls the world. Why can't Trump, what would happen if Trump released the files, Kevin? Would they kill him? Fine, die. Fine. Do something courageous for once in your life, draft dodging Trump. Do something for this country for once in your fucking life, Trump. They'll expose him, okay? So he's a coward. Say that, Kevin. Just say that he's a coward. Or is this just you? Like, you're a coward. You won't do the right thing if you think it's going to harm you. We have 5 minutes now. How long have we been asking Kevin just to say Donald Trump's a coward? No, Kevin, I'm not answering your question. Say Donald Trump's a coward. Say that he's covering up for pedophiles. Then I'll answer your questions. That's your only options right now. Donald Trump's a coward. He's covering for pedophiles. Once you're done with that, I'll be happy to have this discussion with you. Android said, God damn, Kevin. Kev says, crashing out. Anything but Donald Trump's a coward. The cowardice is crazy, man. All these people just watching you right now. All the attention's on you. You've been begging for my attention for 4 hours. You finally have it. You can't say Trump's a coward? Last chance, bud. Then you're muted for 24 hours. Kevin, last 2, 1. I love it. I am crashing out. Yeah, for sure. Like, who the fuck isn't crashing out at this point? I'm very concerned about the people. Legislative branch first to comply with the law, and he's not doing it. And the reason that most of us are crashing out is like, wait, why do you guys suddenly think that this is okay? How come law and order? You guys ran on this shit. How come the law and order candidate is just openly defying our Constitution? Yeah, dude, if you're not crashing out about this, like, look, we know who you would have been in history. History would have been, is littered with people like you. Nobody remembers their names. Nobody remembers what they look like. Nobody ever talks about them in the history books other than cowards. You sit around while horrific things happen to people. You sit around while authoritarian governments take over and abuse people, and you cheerlead it, and you call anybody who points it out hysterical. History's littered with bitches like you, and nobody ever remembers them. And that's how you will go down in history. You will go down in history as unmemorable. And if there is a record from you at this time, which now there is, those folks, there was no record. There's a record of this. People will be able to go decades from now. Your children, your grandchildren will be able to rewatch these videos. They can find your username. And what they'll find is at a time where obviously the biggest cover-up in history was happening. They're going to find their grandfather, or their great-grandfather, or their father in a chat room on in a chat, excuse me, not a chat room, that's dating me, on a Tuesday afternoon, getting mad at somebody for pointing out that our government's covering this up. And they'll be like, God damn, my grandpa was one of those? They watched this all happen? Hold on. They stood by and cheerleaded as we invaded Venezuela? They cheerleaded concentration camps? They cheerleaded the president covering up for pedophiles? That was my dad? That was my grandpa? That was my uncle? That was my cousin? You're not hidden from history. It's going to remember you. You don't get the luxury that your grandparents did. You know, our grandparents said some fucked up things, but we mostly don't have record of that. Everything you guys are doing right now, there's going to be a record of this, and your kids are going to be able to search it. And you will go down in history as cowardly enablers. I don't think history will remember you. Like, history, if we watched this 30 years from now, they're not going to be like, they might say that I'm hyperbolic. They might say I suck at my job. They might say, who the fuck is that guy? I've never seen him before. But what they won't say is that the guy advocating for the government to follow the law was fucked up, and the people cheerleading the cover-up of pedophiles were on the right side of history. So think about that. Hopefully some of you are using aliases, because this is how you'll go down. And don't worry, it'll be searchable. It'll be easy to find. This is the first time in history where we have like an actual fascist where everybody's response to that fascist is on the record. So I appreciate you guys being here to do that, but there will be a record of this. And you are standing on the side of history of, we don't really care about these kids. Why don't we talk about something else? Why don't you talk about trans people some more? By the way, 20, 30 years from now, like, trans people are just going to be part of society. Nobody's going to be freaked out about it. Nobody's going to be talking about it. Nobody's going to be legislating about it. You'll be just like your grandparents who were like, I'm not sharing a drinking fountain with black people. Like, God damn, that was fucked up, Grandpa. That's what they're going to say about you. God damn, that was fucked up. You were a bigot? Fuck. I hate when my grandparents are bigots. And they might be like you, but there'll be some different issue at that point that they'll be bigoted about. Yoga said, now is not the time for fence sitting. Pick a side, not right or left, right or wrong. And what this administration is doing with the Epstein files and with ICE is wrong. Point blank, period. Adam said they don't even have to admit they were wrong, just that they were wronged. Yeah, just admit he lied to you. It happens, dude. Everybody can be lied to. We've all had somebody that we trusted lie to us. That happens. You don't even know Donald Trump. Why are you so afraid to admit that he lied to you? About 10 more minutes. Okay. I want to do this too, because tomorrow we'll show this a little bit more, and we're going to stay on this. But the reason that we talk about Nazis, for example, and the reason that we talk about Germany, and the reason that we talk about Italy, is because fascists have a playbook, and the playbook is to make everybody in the country afraid, and to think that the only solution to fix what's happening in this country is to go backwards to how we used to be. And that backwards travel always leads to when we were less ethnically diverse. That diversity, specifically like ethnic diversity, is actually the root of all our problems. That's what Mussolini did. How'd that end? That's what Hitler did. How did that end? Let's talk about socialism, right? Let's talk about World War II. Let's talk about the end of World War II. There were the end of World War. Let's even go end of World War I through end of World War II. Let's look at the countries that were successful after that. The countries that have remained peaceful. The countries that have happy, healthy populations. What did every one of them do? They embraced socialism. Every one of them. All the ones that have been successful, they all embraced socialism. Socialism was the enemy, right? That was for the fascists. How come in history, the most ruthless dictators, the ones that were invading through World War I and World War II, what did they have in common? They found a scapegoat. A scapegoat was an ideology, a religion, or an ethnicity. And they got everybody to believe that if somebody was part of that group, that those people were evil and deserved to die. And now we have the same talking points, the exact same talking points as Mussolini and Hitler. Our country used to be great. What made us not great is immigration. What will fix our problems in this country is removing immigrants. The problem that you had in Italy and in Germany is once they started removing immigrants, nothing got better. All the things that they claimed were going to get better didn't get better. So what did they do instead? They went to war. Why? Because Hitler and Mussolini don't admit that they're wrong. They can't admit to their people. They've gone this far. They've already convinced these millions of people that the problem with everybody else, or the problems in their country, are because of these groups of people. You can't go back on that once you've started this process. And that's why like the pleading from me. That's why the crash out from me. I'm just begging you guys to do the right thing early. Don't wait. The Nuremberg trials were full of people who were just like, yeah, you know what? It just all of a sudden it happened. They didn't even really change their views. They're like, you know what? We just went a little too far. The problems in this country are not caused by immigration. Think of how we're handling fraud right now. They want you to believe that this Medicaid fraud or Medicare fraud in Minnesota is this massive story, and it is. But what aren't they telling you? So if fraud is a problem, if fraud decimates our country, and if you guys agree that it has nothing to do with race, if it's just fraud, then you can't say that this stuff in Minnesota is the problem, but the $900 billion a year in tax fraud isn't the problem. See, Republicans don't believe you should be taxed. They think we get taxed too much. So they don't even look at the $900 billion a year we lose in fraud, and instead they focus on the $9 billion, which is a fake number in and of itself. That number would have to be, like the chances of it hitting $9 billion are almost zero, and now Trump's saying $19 billion, which isn't even possible. Why do you think that you will identify that fraud? Why are we not deporting Rick Scott? Why are we pardoning people who committed that exact same fraud, but they're white Americans? I think that the truth is that you actually all know this. Deep down, you know that this is about ethnicity. And you're provided cover with the fraud. The reason that you care so much about this story is your ideas and your fear about immigrants is being validated by this fraud. But the root issue, before all this fraud happened, you all supported this before. You all supported this during the elections. So you didn't know any of this. So it's not really justification, right? It's just allowing you ammunition where you're like, oh, I was right. It validates you. But you still think immigrants are the problem, specifically brown and black immigrants. I've seen no evidence of them going into Ukrainian neighborhoods. We brought white South Africans here during this time, coming from a war-torn country, a place that's falling apart. We brought over white immigrants from South Africa, from a war-torn African country. And that was fine. But not if it's Somalia. Not black South Africans. No. Because they're from a war-torn, impoverished country. They got to stay. White South Africans, come on over. Yeah, that's fine. You all actually know this. And that's why now we have, on top of the racial stuff, one of the other things that Hitler specifically did is he wanted everybody to be in their place. He wanted you all to be to conform. That's what authoritarians do. That's what cult leaders do. They want conformity. It's easier to control the masses when they conform. That's why, in Utah where I grew up, everybody votes exactly the same. Why? We all have the same exact standards. We all have to dress the same. We all have to think the same. We all have to pay a portion of our money. We all have to say the same words or not say the same words. We all have to eat and drink the same things. So it creates a group of people that are easy to herd. It's easy to move them in that direction. That's who you guys are, and that's why they want, that's why you see all these MAGA content creators like Jesse Waters, Benny Johnson now talking openly all the time about Christianity and what the mother's place in this world is. And here's more of this. Just so you know, under Hitler, they took the kids and they sent the kids to church and they sent them to camps, and they all wore uniforms, and they were all taught to love their country, and they were taught that the history about World War I should not be taught in schools. Don't teach them that the socialists were actually right. Teach them that the fascists were right, and that the reason we lost World War I was because those pesky socialists invaded and they had a treaty. So they wanted to rewrite their history to remove the good things that the people that were their political opponents advocated for. And then they started telling moms, have kids, stay at home. You can go watch this in any of their propaganda films. They would literally make propaganda films of lines of mothers dressed in the same way, pushing their kids through the streets, being like, in Germany, we focus on the family. Family values are back. These mothers know that their rightful place is in the home, and that they have a divinely inspired role in this country to raise our children the right way, to love this country, to fight for this country, to believe in Jesus. All that sounds good. But then when you look and you see how fascists use that, then you start thinking like, okay, I got to be aware of that. When my government starts talking like this is probably fascism. Here's Benny Johnson.
But that doesn't get rid of your need to mother. If you are a woman, you're still created by God with a motherly instinct. It's just when you don't have children, that instinct moves somewhere else. And for leftists, that primary instinct has moved to the criminal alien. Why?
That's crazy. This makes no sense. Women, God told you to make babies. And if you don't make babies, then you're going to wind up supporting criminal aliens. What? And he says it confidently. No pushback from Jesse Waters there. None. Two white dudes explaining how women feel, and specifically women who have a different ideology than him. They're no longer giving you news. They're no longer debating. They're just telling you that we are evil. And they're painting these women now, these mothers who have the audacity to say, hey, maybe we treat immigrants with a bit of humanity. Now they're painting humanity and empathy as weakness and evil. That's the sign of fascists. When they start saying, hey, I know you like your Jewish neighbor, but that's just the socialist in you. Why don't you focus on Jesus and your children and not your Jewish neighbor? Why are you so worried about the government going in and kidnapping that family and taking them away? That's evil. Focus on Jesus. Focus on your family. Okay. Don't worry about the mistreatment of these people. If you do care about the mistreatment of these people, then you must hate criminals. You can't have empathy for somebody who's here illegally. Go have another baby.
Because your instinct as a parent is to raise up your own children with the same value system that you have so that your worldview can progress.
No, that's what fascists do. I think that's, look, right, left, middle, I don't give a fuck. If you are raising your kid so that your ideology progresses, then I'm afraid you're not, like, I'm afraid that your intentions are a little fucked up. I think that's a very alarming thing to say, and it's also how I was raised. And look what happened to me. For all you Republicans out there, you try and force that shit on your kids. Look what happens. You get a fucking evil atheist lefty. When they go out into the world and they leave your little cocoon and they realize that, oh, wait, I'm pretty fucking hateful. How did I become this fucking hateful for people I didn't know? And you're like, yeah, I remember now. I'm afraid of everybody who thinks differently than me. I was taught to be afraid of everybody who doesn't think like me. Now I remember. That's how I became so hateful. But this is alarming. They're just telling you, like, the goal of parents should be to raise your kids so your ideology continues.
System that you have so that your worldview can progress, so your worldview can stay alive and not go extinct.
Let me ask that question to who that was. Cassidy Johnson, you said most liberals raise their kids with LGBTQ ideals and values. What does that mean? I would agree. I raise my kids with LGBTQ ideals and values, meaning I think no matter who somebody has sex with, they should be treated equally. Are you telling me that that's not how we should raise kids? We should raise kids to judge people based on who they fuck? Yeah, I raise my kids, and I also raise my kids to believe that you guys get to exist. My daughter knows when she goes over to her grandparents' house, she doesn't say, God damn it. She doesn't say God. She doesn't say Jesus Christ. Why? It's their house, and we're respectful. When her grandparents kneel down for a prayer, she does it in their house. She doesn't have to. If she wants to leave, she can leave, but we're respectful. She knows that they believe. Her best friend is very Christian. She tells me, like, we've never even talked about it. She's like, yeah, she believes in Jesus. I don't, but I don't really care. That's what, like, when you say LGBTQ ideals, you're talking about seeing people as equal regardless of who they have sex with. So yeah, I guess that's liberals' ideology. What's the opposite of that? The opposite of that is what? You can't be gay? Can't be trans? Can't be bisexual? Yeah. Isn't that what America, I thought that's what America was. I thought America was, yeah, everybody was supposed to have the same rights. That's what we've been working towards, right? That's why we did the Civil Rights Act. That's why we went through women's right to vote. Isn't that what we've been progressing towards this whole time? Is everybody's equal? Nobody, like, we don't have freedom till everybody has freedom, that type of stuff. Is that what you're saying the liberal mindset is? That's what LGBTQ ideals are? Then raise your kids with LGBTQ ideals. Raise your kids to not judge people based on what they believe or who they have sex with. Raise your kids to have empathy. Raise your kids to see somebody who looks different than them and not judge. View it as something different and unique. Everybody's different and unique. Is that what you're saying? Yoga Story said, now is not the time for... Oh, I got that one already. See, Kristen said, thank you for being calm in this storm of insanity. It's boiling underneath. I appreciate you saying that, but to be honest, it's not always fun to show up every day. Where was that person? Who was that person that had the audacity? Fucking libs. How dare you? All right. Sorry that you guys had to see Benny Johnson. One more thing, then we'll get out of here. Let's see, two more things. This is how stupid Republicans think that you are. If you're a MAGA voter here, I just want you to know that they think that you're stupid. And I'm not saying that you're stupid. I'm withholding judgment. I think that some people are stupid on all sides of the aisle. I think that there's stupid people everywhere. But when your party lies to your face, that's them indicating that they think that you are stupid and you won't know the difference. This is Randy Fine, a horrific human being from the state of Florida, somebody who puts Israel before America regularly. Listen to him talking about spending right now. Listen to him blame Democrats for the spending that Republicans are doing right now.
What is wrong with Democrats?
Look at this face, by the way. I also want to do that. This is a news organization.
What is wrong with Democrats?
You know, I don't know if it...
This is a news channel. In 2026, this is what we do now. Talking about spending. What is wrong with... First of all, Democrats can't spend any money. We don't control the House, we don't control the Senate, and we don't have the presidency. Democrats have no control over spending. Any spending that is currently approved or will be approved is done by Republicans, or at least in concert with Republicans. Cannot be done without Republicans. Can be done without Democrats, which is what we saw in the One Big Beautiful Bill.
They're stupid or evil. I struggle with the choice because the fact of the matter is our level of spending is going to make America collapse. We're celebrating our 250th anniversary this year. There will not be a 275th or a 300th anniversary if we cannot get our budget under control. And
did he vote against the budget that's going to be the biggest spending bill in the history of our country? Or did he not? I think he did. And he's going to blame Democrats because he thinks that you guys are stupid. He thinks that you're very, very dumb, that you won't figure this out, that you never went to school, that you don't know like how bills are passed. He thinks you guys are really fucking stupid.
Democrats' obsession with spending money, by the way, most of which is wasted, doesn't make any sense unless your goal is to destroy the country. And that's the conclusion that I've come to after 9 months in Washington. These people want the country to collapse so they can rebuild some sort of communist utopia.
Yeah. He's blaming Democrats for what the Republicans are spending, and he thinks you are this stupid. I regret to inform the masses that in reading the chat, some of them appear to be this stupid. Some of them appear to be. There are two guys in that video. One voted for it and the other didn't. I think this is Newsmax host right here. I think this is another Newsmax host. Doesn't bother you when they call you stupid like that? Look, me personally, as my friend Liv says, I wouldn't stand for that, me personally, but I have a little bit of self-respect. All right, last one. In March of 2025, Miami Beach's mayor, his name is, it's Minor. I forget what his first name is. I think it might be Steve Minor. Criticized Miami Beach's Old City Hall because they screened a film called No Other Land. It's a documentary about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Minor is very vocally pro-Zionist, and he said that he criticized the film as a false, one-sided propaganda attack on the Jewish people, and he tried to cancel the event. But after people spoke out, he allowed the event. And people tweeted about this. People tweeted about Mayor Minor, and here's what happened to the people in Miami under Republican leadership, which we're starting to see more and more.
You were not sure.
Okay.
Here are the police showing up to a woman's house asking if a tweet that she wrote about Mayor Minor was actually her. No threat, no call to action, no violence. Showed up at her house.
A picture to make sure it's you. We're not sure.
Okay.
Is that your account?
You can see this. The guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way, even leaves the room when they vote on related matters, wants you to know that you're all welcome here. Boy, better call the authorities. And they did. They sent the authorities.
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present. So I really don't know how to answer that question either way.
Like I said, you're not going to jail.
This is freedom of speech. This is America, right?
And
veteran.
And I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
We're just trying to see if it's you, because if we're not talking to the right person, we want to go see who the right person is.
Okay, how can I help you?
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as
verbatim, it says the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater.
This the FBI? Oh, I thought this was local. Oh, it's the FBI. Even worse. Oh, fucking great. Thanks, Jackie. God damn it. I thought this was local sheriffs. All right. My bad.
For showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Even leaves the room when they vote and on related matters. Wants you to know that you're all welcome. Clown face, clown face, clown face. 3 days ago.
So you don't know if it was you?
I'm not going to answer whether that's me or not.
Okay.
The concerning part,
I think this is Miami Beach Police. I'm looking this up. I think it is Miami Beach Police. I don't think it's FBI. I think
concerning for the person who's posting it, what we're just trying to prevent is somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true or not.
We're trying to prevent anybody being agitated or agreeing with the statement. That's what they've sent the police there for. And this is the kind of stuff that like we should be afraid of with Zionism. They're openly Zionists in this country are openly calling for people being jailed, people losing their freedom of speech if they are critical of Israel, which is fucking crazy in America. That being critical of another country should land you in jail, or at the very least, just get you a visit from the police. I think it's also why a lot of people are confused when we talk about fascism, because of Hitler's disdain for the Jewish people. It's confusing when you see Zionists acting as fascists. Because once again, like fascism isn't necessarily anti-Semitic. Fascism is its own thing. It's about scapegoating certain people. I think that's why a lot of people get confused here. But like Zionism and fascism, it's alive and well in this country, and it's far more than I think most of us realized. That's why nobody cares that the police are trampling on the rights of American citizens right now.
Understood.
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians, that can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's all we're here to talk about. And we wanted to get your side. If it was you that posted that, I would think to refrain from posting things like that, because that could get something incited.
I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you coming out here.
Okay?
That's it?
That is it.
Okay.
I'm going to maintain my my amendment rights to not answer the question about whether that's right. I hope that's understandable.
All right, we appreciate it.
Thank you as well. You as well. Thank you. Take care.
That's crazy. That's where we're at. And that's why, like, when... Excuse me, I'm muted. I think crashing out right now, I think being upset, I think being loud is warranted. We'll end it there. What did we... let me make sure I got all these. I think we're 32 short, but let me make sure I didn't miss any here. Jamar said we need universal health care. I got knee surgery yesterday, and the charges are insane. Fuck this shit. I saw that, dude. I saw you got knee surgery. Yeah. Heaven forbid we have universal health care where people can get hurt and not have to worry about depleting their life savings. Lee said they are transparent to the left. We see right through them. Jen said TikTok support. Thanks, Jen. I appreciate that. I think I got Kristen there. I think I got all of it. Jen, did I miss any?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. What did you say about the AOC recorded telling her is Stitchy she wants to make Americans hurt? What? Telling her Stitches? I don't know what that even means. All right. We'll be back tomorrow morning, and most weekday mornings 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific, right here wherever you're watching. Reminder: the replays are available on YouTube, I believe on Twitch as well. And we have merch. This hoodie here, it's our healthcare hoodie. That's available in our merch shop. I think 20% off until the end of today. You go to the link in our bio. You can find this merch. On the back, there's a picture of Bernie Sanders all mittened up. Just a reminder. Universal health care would fix many of our problems. If all our politicians did this upcoming election was run on universal health care and ending Citizens United, whoever runs on that is going to win, and it will benefit all people in America. To MAGA, that was here today.
Hold on. Thanks, Heather, for knocking out the goal.
Thanks, Heather. Please change. You don't have to change all of your views, but please stop helping Donald Trump cover up for pedophiles. Please. I'm asking nicely. We're all asking nicely right now. Please stop covering for pedophiles because you voted for Donald Trump. Use your voice to pressure Donald Trump into doing the right thing. You guys actually did it once before. The whole reason that we have this bill signed is because Republicans forced Donald Trump to sign that bill. They said, look, dude, we can't in good conscience keep this bill from being passed. So you guys join with them. Do something good for a little bit. Stop supporting Donald Trump for like 5 seconds. Maybe make a tweet, maybe make a Facebook post and say, hey, I voted for Trump, but I'm not for protecting pedophiles. I know that's a leap. That's a far leap. But perhaps just acknowledge around your friends that maybe, just maybe, the party of family values, the party of law and order, should not also be the party of protecting pedophiles. I don't think that's too much to ask from you guys. You can return and report tomorrow as we move on. Let me know tomorrow when you show up. Did you publicly say, I don't want to be part of the party that protects pedophiles? Or did you stay silent and go and complain about immigrants? Well, you guys let me know tomorrow. Until then, take care of yourselves. Wear a jacket if you're going outside. It's chilly in most places. Drink water. Say something nice about yourself. Stay cute and cool. And have a great summer.